That point will be the Flippin as it goes out of bounds off of Bergman. Bergman leads this match 2-1, and now we'll have Flippin serving. It'll be number 6, Riley Lund. Serve will be up and over, but it'll go out of bounds on this near sideline. 3-1. Bergman pushes the lead out without having to do anything on that. We're in the first match. This is a junior high match. We should have another junior high match and a JV match here today before we have the varsity teams go at it. Got a fault called against the Panthers, and that will give the serve back to Flippin. Serving will be number 18, Chloe English. She'll serve for the Lady Bobcats. Serve is up and over. It's sent to high in the air. Now it'll be sent back across by Bergman. Lady Panthers will hit that out of, or Lady Bobcats, I'm sorry, will hit that out of bounds, and that'll give Bergman a 4-2 lead. Coming up to serve now for Bergman will be number 24, Blake Butler. She's the one that sent that high in the air, and now the ball will come across the net, high in the air for Flippin, and back across on the back line. It'll be high in the air. They've got to get it over on this one. They don't. It's 4-3 Flippin now, as the ball did not cross the net. Going back to serve will be number 24, Noelle Loomis. Loomis has the ball, prepares to serve. The ball is up and over. Good serve to the back line. It'll go out of bounds off of number 12, Macy Bunting. Loomis back to serve again. Ball is up, back to the back line, and that ball goes out. And a 4-4 tie goes to 5-4. They called it in. Now they're going to say that it's Flippin or Bergman's ball. Bergman serves, gets it across. She gets an ace. That serve was by number 11, Josie Jackson. She gets a serve as she gets it in between players. And Jackson will go back to serve again. Jackson's serve is up and over. It's sent high in the air. Now to be not quite pushed across, and Bergman will get a point. 6-5, Bergman leads, and Jackson back to serve for the third time. She's been the service leader right now. Her serve is up, over the net, sent high. Now it'll be tipped back over, hits the net, falls, and we're going to have in the net called on Bergman. That was called against number 1, Emery Miles. 7-5 is your score. Flippin trails by 2, but they are on the serve, and back to serve is number 0, Sophia Hogan. She hits it into the net. And that'll be a point for Bergman. And now back to serve for Bergman will be number 14, Wisdom Scott. 8-5, first set. That ball will not reach the net. Goes to the 10-foot line. And we will see the server this time for Flippin being number 13, Braylon Springfield. Springfield serve is up, over the net, out of bounds. Point goes to Bergman. 9-6 is your score. We want to let you know that we are coming here from Bergman High School, and these matches are brought to you today by Odd Family Farms, Jason Nazarenko for re-election, and by Baxter Health. Back across for Flippin, a diving attempt by number 1, Miles, and she can't get it up in the air. It'll be a point for Flippin, 9-7. Now back to serve for Flippin will be. She gets it over. Claire Ross gets that ball over on the serve. Now they're going to get it back in the air. Over the net for Flippin. It goes to the back line. Now Bergman's going to get it back to the front. Bunting gets it over. Back across to Flippin. Back across now to Bergman. And Bergman's going to send this high in the air on the third hit over the net. Good shot in between three people. Bergman will get the point on that, and it's 10-7. Macy Bunting goes back to serve for Bergman. Serve is up in the air, out of bounds on the right in front of the Flippin bench. 10-8 now is your score. Back to serve will be number 6, Riley Lundy. Serve is up in the air, hits the net and falls down on the Flippin side. 11-8 now is your score. 3-point lead for the Lady Panthers. About halfway through this set. Serve is by number 21, Lucy Reese. Flippin gets it back across the net. It'll go high in the air. They've got one last shot. They're not going to get it across. 3 hits went straight up in the air, and they could not get that across. Flippin gets the point this time. Back to serve will be number 18, Chloe English. English with the ball, gets it across the net, deep into the back line. It'll go out of bounds, and it'll go out off of Macy Bunting. Point for Flippin there. They cut the lead to 1. It is 11-10, and English gets set to serve again. Serve is up, across the net to the back line. High in the air, Bunting out of bounds, tries to hit it, and she gets some spin on it. It comes back on her. Now we've got a tie match, 11-11. English with her third serve. We've got a timeout, Bergman, and we'll take the timeout, and we will let you know. We will be right back after the timeout. English is back to serve. This match is all tied up in the first set, 11-11. English waits on the officials. The one official is checking the floor to see that they're in the right position for Bergman. Number 11 and number 14 will change places. That's Scott and Jackson. Scott will go to the center. Now Jackson will go to the right side, and number 24, Blake Butler, comes over here to the left. Butler will go to the center, and Scott will come over here to the left side. English ready to serve. Well, we're still checking on this Panther end. Now the two officials are going to discuss this at center court. Short discussion. I believe they're going to be ready to go. Pretty good crowd here today. It's more or less split. Flippin brought a lot of people up today from the Flippin area. Now they're going to move Jackson back to the center. Butler back to the right. And they're going to put number 1, Emery Miles, up on the front line. English gets the word to serve. Ball is up and in the air across the net on the back line. It's going to be hit over by Bergman. Back to the back line, out of bounds, and not able to get that to go across is number 0 for Flippin, and that was Sophia Hogan. Now we've got Butler back to serve. Serve is up into the net and falls back on the Bergman side. 12-12 is your score. Back to serve for Flippin now is number 24, Loomis. Loomis gets the ball across the net, high in the air, back towards the net, and falls onto the floor for a Flippin point. Loomis back to serve. She gets the ball up. It's over the net. Bergman hits it high in the air to the back line. Back to the front. It'll come back across. Flippin tries to save it, but it goes out of bounds. Out of bounds on this near side. Now back to serve is number 11, Jackson. Jackson gets the ball over the net on the front line at the 10-meter line or 10-foot line. Now back across. Bergman's got it high in the air. They've got to get it across. Some indecision on two players. Scott and Jackson were there, and neither one of them communicated well enough to get that ball across the net. Now the serve is over by Hogan, and I believe they're going to say that went out of bounds. Substitution. Hogan comes out, and coming in will be Kendra English. Bergman serving, 14-all. Back to serve for Bergman is Miles. Served by Miles is up and over the net to the back line. Back to the front. High in the air, over the net for Flippin. Now it'll go high in the air and over the net, out of bounds on this near side. And Flippin gets that point, 15-14. Now back to serve is Braylon Springfield. She goes all the way back to the end line for basketball, gets the ball to the back line. Now Flippin high in the air, sends it over the net, and it'll fall over the hands of number 14, Wisdom Scott, and to the floor for a Flippin point. 16-14, a 2-point lead now. Springfield serves up to the back line, high in the air, going towards the out of bounds. Now they've got to get it over on this third hit. It does not go over, hits the pole out of bounds, and that will be another point for Flippin. They pushed the lead out to 17-14. Springfield serve. It's up to the back line, back towards the front. They've got to get it over, and they do. Macy got that over for Bergman. Flippin gets it back. 2 serves, or 2 hits. And Miles backed away from that. She was looking for Bunting to hit it, and Bunting couldn't hit it because she had just put it in the air. Springfield back to serve again. Running serve, gets it up to the back line, and it goes to Miles, and Miles was not ready for that, and she did not get that back to the net. Springfield serving, 19-14 is your lead for Flippin. Springfield serve up. She serves that one out of bounds, and that will be a point for Bergman as the lead is cut to 19-15. Back to serve will be Wisdom Scott. Scott will get ready here. Serve is up. Doesn't even make it to the net. Point for Flippin. That makes it 20-15. Serving is number 2, Claire Ross. Serve is up, back line, out of bounds. Now Miles gets it back to the front, over the net for Bergman. Flippin saves it, gets it back across. Bunting, and now back across by number 21, Reese. This ball will be hit out of bounds by Flippin. Big shot there by number 33, Alina Ott. And that'll put Bunting back to serve for Bergman. Bunting with the volleyball. Ball is up and hit over. Hit midway deep. Now back to the back line, to the front, and they'll get it back across for Flippin. It'll hit the scoreboard, and that will be a point for Bergman. Bunting back to serve again. 20-17 is the score. Bunting's serve will not make it to the net. It'll be a point for Flippin. 21-17 is the score. Back to serve now will be number 6, Riley Lundy. Here's the serve. It's up over deep to the back line. Back across by Bergman. And Flippin will hit that out of bounds as Riley Lundy was there. But so was number 2, Claire Ross. And because of that confusion, it goes out of bounds. Back to serve now is number 21, Lucy Reese. Ball's up into the net, and that will fall back to the floor for a Flippin point. Flippin substitution coming back in will be number 18, Chloe English, and she will serve. Ball is up over the net, sent high in the air. Bergman will get this back across, Flippin high in the air now, and now it'll go across with a finesse touch shot. They hit it back across for Bergman. Flippin sends it high in the air. Good volley here for these two teams, and Reese will hit that and not get good contact, and it falls to the floor for a Bergman or for a Flippin point. 23-18. English's serve over the net, back across quickly by Bergman. It's set up, spike attempted, and is good. That spike was by number 13, Braylon Springfield. She got that right between players, and it was a good, nice shot for the point. 24-18 is your score. As we look, Bunting sends it high in the air, sent back to Bunting. Now she's got to get it across, and she's not going to quite make that. That'll be your match, 25-18 after the first set. We'll be back after the timeout here in Bergman. And we want to say thank you to Jason Nazarenko for sponsoring these broadcasts. We also want to say thank you to Hot Family Farms and Baxter Health. Back after the timeout. Panthers will open this and serve. Got some different players on the team on the floor for the Bergman Panthers. Bunting's first serve will go over the net just barely. Flippin with some net play will not get that back across. The first point of this second set will go to the Bergman Panthers. Serve is up high over into the front line. Flippin will send it high back across the net. Bunting will get the ball. Now it'll be attempted to be hit across by number 32, Amelia Ryan. Point goes to Flippin. It's all tied up. Back to serve will be number 2, Claire Ross. Ross's serve is over the net into the front line. It's hit high in the air and out of bounds. It'll go. Point will go to Flippin. And Claire Ross will be back to serve with the Panthers or with the Bobcats leading 2-1. Serve is up and over the net to the back line. It'll be sent back to the front, but it will be out of bounds and could not be defended. Ross will be back to serve another point, leading 3-1 now. Serve is up over to the back line and hits the floor. That's an ace. She gets that perfectly on the button, and it falls right in front of a diving player. Now Ross back to serve with a 4-1 lead. Serve is up across the net, Bunting high in the air. She'll get it back to the front line, and they can't control it. It goes out of bounds. Ball was hit by number 8. We'll check that number for you. Ross back to serve. Ross's serve is up and over. It's on the front line. It'll be hit high in the air. Bunting with the ball. She's not going to get it back across. 4 hits, and that will be another Flippin point. 6-1 is your score. Ross back to serve yet again. Here in the second set, 6-1. Front line back across by Bergman. Flippin sets it. At the front, it'll be hit a little too hard and out of bounds. And the serve now will go over to the Panthers. Lucy Reese back to serve. Lady Panthers trails 6-2. And this ball will be under the net and another point for the Flippin Lady Bobcats. Checking out now will be number 34, Kendra English. Checking in for her will be 0, Sophia Hogan. Back to serve is number 6, Riley Lund. Her serve is up, over, and well out of bounds. She hits that ball on this near side and hit it hard, but hit it way out of bounds. Amelia Ryan with the serve for the Panthers. She's set. She hits it over, but it'll go out of bounds on the far side. The official tried to grab it. She couldn't do so. Checking in will be number 18, English. She'll go back to serve. And checking out will be number 33, Ott. English gets the ball across the net. It'll fall nearly to the ground as number 32, Ryan, tried to get it, but she did not go to the floor, and she hits it out of bounds in front of the Bergman bench. Serve will go over the net, but out of bounds. Now we're going to have a substitution for Bergman. Ryan will check out, and checking in for her will be number 24, Blake Butler. Butler will be back to serve. Correction. The server will be number 18, Shiloh Hanner. Hanner's serve is up underneath the net, Flippin point. 9-4 is your score. And going back to serve now for Flippin will be Loomis. Loomis will get set. The serve is up over the net to the back line. Butler gets it out of bounds. It's spun off of her hands and out of bounds to this near side. The Bobcats now lead 11-4. Loomis's serve is up and will be over to the back line. It'll be right in between two Panther players, and it'll be an ace. 12-4 is your score now. Loomis will serve again. Serve is up to the back line, off of Butler's hand and out of bounds. It'll go out the backside of their end, and Flippin will get another point and lead 13-4 as Loomis prepares to serve again. Loomis gets that ball up and falls just over the net in the front line and can't be controlled by Bergman. 14-4 is your score. Loomis's serve over the net just falls inside the baseline for a point, and that's another ace for the Flippin' Lady Bobcats. Serve is up, and it's over. Two hits, one off the front line, which would have been Macy Bunting, into Butler, and Butler can't control it. Serve for Flippin, falls in between two players. Logan Wright was there, along with Hanner and number 14, Wisdom Scott. Now the serve again for Flippin. 17-4 is your score. This one is high in the air on the back line. Ball is hit back across by Flippin. Now we've got a volley on this other side. A spike saved by number 18, Hanner, but unable to be controlled at the 10-foot line. Would be a point for Flippin, the best volley we've seen since the first set. Loomis will get set to serve again. Ball is up over the net to the front line. Bunting high in the air. Wright can't get that ball as it was set for her by number 14, Scott. Now Loomis back to serve leading 19-4. Serve is up over to the back line. Butler with the ball. It'll go off her hands and out of bounds on this near sideline. They'll retrieve the volleyball, and they'll get it back down to Loomis, where she'll serve, leading by 16 points. Loomis's serve up to the back line and just in front of the outstretched hands of number 21, Lucy Reese. Speaking of 21, the score is now 21-4 in the second set. Lady Bobcats lead. Loomis serves up over. Saved on the front line and falls between Butler and Hanner. And that'll be another point for the Lady Bobcats. Serve is up. It's over. Butler saves it. Hanner gives chase. Can't get there. It'll be another point for the Lady Bobcats. And they now lead 23-4 and only need 2 points to take this set and lead 2-0, probably win 2-0. Bunting with the ball. It'll go out of bounds. It goes across net, but it goes out of bounds. 24-4, and Flippin is serving for this set, and I believe will be serving for the match. Loomis's serve to the back line. It's an ace, and Flippin will win that, and Flippin will win the match as they line up at the net to shake hands. They'll win this 2-0, 25-4 in this second set. We want to say thank you to all of our sponsors, and we'll be back in just a minute for the next match. And we're going to get set for this second match. Officials are checking the players and their positions on the floor. Now they check Flippin's positions. And we want to say thank you to our sponsors. We've got Twisted Sisters, one of our sponsors that returns every year, Old South Barbecue. They set up right there in front of Twisted Sisters and the Mountain Echo. Allen's Grocery at the Four-Way and Summit. Dozier and Associates, they're in Yellville, right across from the courthouse. Flippin starts off with the serve. They get it across. It was going out of bounds and hit, saved. And then they can't get the ball to come back across the net. It was a little too far back, and two players going at it at the same time for Bergman. 1-0 is the lead as Flippin will begin the second serve. It's Sprayland Springfield. No, it's not. It's ball is over the net, set, and back across by Bergman. Flippin with the basketball. Comes back across. It's hit deep and out of bounds. On the serve was Addie Emerald for the Bobcats. Now on the serve will be number 7, Abri Uber. Serve is across, hit deep to the back line. It'll be sent back to the front. Across, back across, and out of bounds. But they're going to say it hit the line. And that'll be a point for Bergman. They lead now 2-1. Uber back to serve. Serve is up, deep to the middle, up to the front. Now it'll be hit across the net. Uber with the set. She'll set it for number 6, Adra Kindla, and it will go nowhere, and it'll be a point for Flippin. Back to serve for Flippin is number 11, Hadley Moore. Moore serve is up to the back line, spins out of bounds. It'll be saved by Uber, back across and deep out of bounds as the ball was hit by number 27, Hattie Wilkinson. Good try, just too much on it, and the ball goes out of bounds. Served by Flippin, across the net, sent back to the front. Uber sets it. Ball comes back across, and it goes out of bounds. Point will go to Flippin. Sarah Roberts hit that ball. She got a little too much on it, and it went out of bounds. Here comes the serve. It's up. It's over to the back line. Sent back to the front. Uber tips it over. Flippin will get this back across. Now it'll be Flippin playing it at the net. Set shot. Tips it over off of Roberts. Uber with the set shot. It'll come across for Bergman. Back to the front line for Flippin. Now we've got Uber setting this. Ball is hit across by Bergman and falls inbounds off of a Flippin player. It'll be a Bergman point there, and your score is 4-3. Flippin leads in this early in this first set. Back to serve is number 6, Kindley, and the diving attempt is no good by Flippin. That'll be an ace for the hometown Lady Panthers. Serve is over. It's set by Izzy. And that ball will be slammed down in the back in the middle of the court. And it'll be for a point. That was by number 25, Addie Emerald. And now Flippin will serve with number 34, Mallory Lindsay, back to serve. Lindsay's serve is up, and that's an ace as it's at the feet of number 27, Hattie Wilkinson. She couldn't do anything about that. It was right at her feet. Lindsay with the serve, and she'll get that on the near side, on the far sideline, and they're going to give the point to Flippin and say that was just barely inbounds. Now Lindsay back to serve. Lindsay gets the serve up. Back to Wilkinson. Wilkinson will get this back to the net, but it'll fall into the net and no good. Lindsay back to serve yet again. Wilkinson gets it back across. The libero, number 4, dives, gets it up in the air, but she couldn't control it, and it'll go out. It'll fall to the floor and be a Bergman point. Sarah Roberts back to serve for Bergman now. Her serve is up, over deep. It'll be sent back to the front. And a shot by Izzy Fuller. It'll fall right inside the end line, and it'll be a point for the Bobcats. Checking in is number 1, Emery Miles. She checks in for Roberts. Back to serve for Flippin. Number 13. The serve is deep, up to the front. Now they've got to get it over, and Bergman does. Now back to the back as this hit the scoreboard, but it was on the same side, so it's not a point against them. Now Fuller's going to get that to fall right in front of number 1, Miles. That'll be another point. Flippin doubles up Bergman now. Allie Cox back to serve. Cox's serve is up, over to the back line. It's an ace. Falls right in front of the Bergman bench inside the sideline. And that'll be another point, 11-5, as Cox gets ready to serve again for Flippin. Serve is up and to the back line, sent back to the front. Tipped over. That ball was tipped over by Uber as it fell. But they're going to call a penalty here on the Panthers, and it will be a point for the Lady Bobcats. So now Cox back to serve, leading 12-5, a 7-point lead now. Serve is up, deep. Save. Uber sets it across by Wilkinson. That ball was saved. It was going out of bounds. Laney Parsons saved it. And it'll be a point for the Bergman Panthers as the ball goes out of bounds. Back to serve now will be number 22, Riona Husky. She hits it to the sideline. It's saved. Now they got to get it over, and the ball comes back to the net. Attempted to be saved by Loomis, and all she could do was get it back to the net. Husky with her second serve. Serve is up. It's over the net. It'll be saved by Flippin. Now Fuller goes up, hits the net, and falls across. It'll be a point for Flippin as it falls inbounds on the sideline. And we will have, going back to serve now, number 21, Layla Warren. Warren gets set for the serve. There it is. Deep in the middle. This is hit way out of bounds up into the bleachers. Off the hands of number 1, Miles. We've got a timeout on the floor. We want to take this timeout and finish telling you about our sponsors. Bank of 1889 there in Yellville, a proud sponsor of the athletics in North Arkansas. North Arkansas College. Every student tries to get there, and they provide you a way. White River Auto over in Gassville, they're proud sponsors of the Cotter Lady Warriors. Diamond State, we can't say enough about Diamond State. They do the Player of the Week, and we will have the Player of the Week from this game in the paper next week with a picture. Ott Family Farms, Jason Nazarenko, he's running for re-election, and he would gladly take your vote. Clyde Steele, he's got beef for sale, and all you have to do is give him a call, and he'll take care of whatever you order. Timeout has come to an end, and Warren will be back to serve yet again. Serve is up, over the net, sent back across. Now Flippin with the ball, spikes it down. It'll fall right in front of Miles for a point, and Warren will be back to serve again. Warren goes all the way out of the basketball end line. Now she serves into the top of the net, and it falls back down to the floor. Jakayla Griffin has checked in for Flippin. Serve is by number 16 across the net. Flippin's going to get it high in the air. Fuller gets it across. It'll be dug out. Now Bergman gets it back across. Flippin with the basketball. They get it across. Volleyball. They get it across. It was dug out by number 22. Breonna Husky. It was going out of bounds, and she dug that out. Back to serve will be Fuller. Izzy Fuller serving for Flippin. She gets it across. Husky in the air. Now they've got to get it across, and they do. Flippin sets it at the net. An attempted spike by Moore is no good, falls into the net, and that'll be a point for Bergman. 16-9, Flippin leads. Bergman serving. Roberts will come back into the game. She comes in for Emery Miles. Wilkinson back to serve, gets it across, about halfway deep, tipped back over by Flippin, and they're going to say it fell on the line, so it was inbounds. That'll be another Flippin point. 16-9 is the score now. Checking in for Griffin is number 25, Addie Amaral, and she'll be back to serve. She's ready to serve. The official tells her to go ahead. Serve is up. It's over. Wilkinson with the save. Now they'll tip it across, and it's perfect as it hits the net and falls across for Bergman. 17-10 is your score. And back to serve now will be Uber. Uber with the serve. It's up. It's over. About halfway deep. High in there. They've got to get it over. Izzy Fuller hits it deep, and it'll go out of bounds off of Wilkinson. Probably going out of bounds anyway, and she should have let it go. But competitors always want to hit the ball. Checking back in is number 4, Lainey Parsons, and she will serve for Flippin. Ball is back to Wilkinson, back across. Fuller saves it. Now back to the net. Ball is hit over, tipped off of Roberts' hands, and Husky, and will fall to the floor. It'll be another point for Flippin as they lead 19-10 in this first set. Serve is over for Flippin, and it'll fall to the floor as number 16, Alexa McCutcheon, goes for the volleyball, tries to save it, unable to do so. Parsons with the serve. Serve is up. It's deep. Uber tries to save it and does, and number 22 gets it across. Now Flippin at the net. Will tip it across over to Wilkinson. Uber will get it back, and they get it across. Now Bergman saves it again. Back across to Flippin. Fuller set at the net. And Roberts will go up. And they're going to say Flippin was in the net. Flippin was in the net, so it'll be a Bergman point. Back to serve is number 6, Kendla. Kendla gets her serve. It's in the middle of the net and falls back to the floor. Flippin leads 21-11. Back to serve will be number 34, Mallory Lindsay. Lindsay with the serve. It's up, it's over, it's deep, it's out of bounds. That ball just kept traveling and went out of bounds. Now Roberts will be back to serve. Roberts' serve is up, about halfway deep, set at the net, and it'll be hit down and back over. Now Wilkinson gets it back for Bergman. Now Fuller goes up, tips it over, and they're going to say Fuller was in the net. Fuller called in the net. 21-13 is your score. Flippin leads over the Bergman Lady Panthers. Roberts with the serve. It's attempted to be saved by number 13, Cox. She gets to the ball and a diving attempt, but it goes out of bounds. Roberts again serving the ball for Bergman. Ball is over the net, about halfway deep at the net. They set it, and it's spiked down, and then Bergman saves it high in the air. Wilkinson hits it. That was the third hit. It hit the scoreboard, bounced backwards. It'll be a point for Flippin. 22-14 is your score. Roberts will come out, and coming back in will be number 1, Emery Miles. Shakayla Griffin checks back in for Flippin, and back to serve is number 13. She gets it deep, and it's off of Miles, and that ball will be an ace for Cox as she gets that ball to fall. 23-14. Bobcats lead 1-0. Cox's serve is up, and it's in this almost the same spot, and Miles misses it again. This time it makes it set and match point. I'm sorry, set point. Cox back to serve, serving for the set. She gets the ball up deep in the middle. This time it's sent back up to Uber. Uber gets it to a teammate, back across, and hit so hard all Flippin could do was stick the hand out, and it went straight to the floor. Husky back to serve for the Panthers. Husky's serve is up just over the net, hit back across by Fuller. Now it'll be tipped across by Bergman. Perfect position, and it'll be a point for Bergman. 24-16 is your score. Husky back to serve. Serve is up. We've got a foul on the front line of Bergman. That'll give the set to Flippin, and that'll be 25-16 for the first set in this match. And we will be back after the timeout. And we're back here in Bergman as this second set is going to start here momentarily. The officials are checking the lineups to make sure that the correct players are on the floor and in the correct position. And now they've done that, and Bergman will serve. Back to serve will be Uber. Uber on the baseline. She gets ready, and now the serve will be off. It'll be hit deep. Fuller tries to get it. It'll go off of Fuller's hands and out of bounds after hitting the floor deep in their own territory, or on their own end of the court. Now Uber back to serve again. Serve is up and across the net, saved by Flippin. Hit back to the net, and Flippin couldn't do anything with the volleyball at that point. Now Uber will be back to serve again. 2-0 lead. Flippin leads the match 1-0. That goes into the top of the net and falls to the floor. Back to serve will be number 25, Addie Amaral. She'll hit it back to the back line. Now Uber with the set. Gets it up to the front. It's blocked at the net. Now Wilkinson gets it back across. Sent back to the front set. And Flippin will hit it back. It'll be a point for Flippin as Bergman will be called in the net there. 2-1 on a great volley and hit. Couple of blocks there. One by Flippin and one by Bergman. And then the call by Bergman in the net. Amaral serve up to the back line. Wilkinson out of bounds. Almost makes the seats, but does not. Amaral back to serve. Flippin leads 3-2. Wilkinson off her hands and out of bounds. Looked like the ball might have been going out of bounds anyway, but she tried to get it. Competitor and everybody. Amaral gets set to serve. Ball is up. Wilkinson saves it, gets it back to Flippin. Amaral gets it back to the front, and it'll be sent across by Flippin. Uber sets this. Ball is saved this time by Fuller. Now it'll be sent across by Flippin. They're going to call Flippin in the net now, and that will be a point for, actually they call that on Bergman, and it'll be Amaral back to serve again. 5-2 is your lead now. Back to the front. Uber sets it. Ball's hit across by Bergman. It'll be sent high in the air. Back across by Flippin. Hits the scoreboard, falls back to the floor. Wilkinson hit that, and she hit it up into the scoreboard, but unfortunately it came right back down onto the floor, and it was a point for Flippin. Amaral with the serve. She gets it across. Wilkinson saves it, gets it high in the air. Roberts will see that hit the net and can't do anything with it. Flippin leads 7-2. We're in the second set, early in the second set, and Amaral back to serve as she scored all 7 points here. Wilkinson saves it. It'll be saved out of bounds and back across by Uber. Fuller with the save. Now up in the air. Flippin hits it way too hard and too high, and it'll go out of bounds off of number 13, Allie Cox. Back to serve now will be Adria Kindla. Her serve is up across the net. Save. Amaral sets it. Ball is hit across by Cox. Now it'll be back across by Husky. Blocked at the net by Roberts. You can hear the hometown crowd as that ball was blocked dead in its tracks at the net. Kindla hits it over. It'll be set by Amaral. Be just tipped and not enough to get over by Cox. Kindla with the serve, gets it across. It'll be sent back to the front. Tipped over at the net by Roberts without touching the net. It'll be a point for Bergman, and they'll cut the lead to 7-5. We have a timeout on the court. Flippin leads 7-6, and this is the second set. We will be back after the timeout. All right, this timeout has come to a close. We want to thank our Bring It To You sponsors. That is Jason Nazarenko running for re-election, Ott Family Farms, and Baxter Health over in Mountain Home on Hospital Drive. Ball goes back to the net, and number 16, McCutcheon goes up, tries to get it, misses the ball, and that'll be a point for Flippin. 8-6 is your score. Back to serve is Moore. She gets it across. Wilkinson gets it back. Fuller. Now it comes back across. It'll be saved by Uber, but it'll fall to the floor as it falls in front of Roberts at the 10-foot line. Moore gets set to serve, leading 9-6. Serve is over, back to the back line, hit back across, saved by Flippin. Now they finally get it back across in dramatic fashion. Uber tips it over. Amaral sets it. It'll be off of the hands of Roberts. Now Uber gets it back to the front, tips it over, and it'll go out of bounds as a diving number 24, Loomis, can't quite get enough on it to get it up in the air. Roberts back to serve. 9-7, Flippin leads the hometown Lady Panthers. Ball into the net by Roberts, and that'll make it 10-7 for the Lady Bobcats. We're in the second set. Flippin leads 1-0. Back to serve is Lindsay, Mallory Lindsay. Serve is up deep in the zone. Uber will get it back to the front. Wilkinson hits it off of the official's stand, and that will be another point for the Lady Bobcats. 11-7 is your score. Lindsay back to serve. She gets it across, and it'll fall right in front of Miles. That's an ace, and Flippin celebrates as they go up 12-7. Lindsay's serve is up and over deep in the zone. Uber sets it. Ball is spiked, but spiked out of bounds by number 16, McCutcheon. She thought it might have been touched at the net, but the officials didn't see it that way. Lindsay back to serve now. Serve is up. It's up high. Wilkinson gets it back across, but it'll fall just out of bounds on this near sideline. Lindsay with the volleyball. She gets set to serve with a 7-point lead. Now it's deep in his own. Miles hits it back towards the front. Uber saves it. McCutcheon over to Fuller. Fuller now goes up for the spike and lands that just inside that sideline in front of the Bergman bench and the coach. 15-7 is the score. A dramatic turn here has given the Lady Bobcats an 8-point lead. Across the net, Miles goes for it, and it'll fall in front of her or under her hands, however you want to look at it, and it'll be another ace for Lindsay. Lindsay gets set to serve. Serve is up. It's over in the middle of the floor. Uber gets it back across. Flippin dives, gets it back across. And we're going to have a foul called against number 7, Uber, for Bergman, and that'll be another point for the Lady Bobcats. Lindsay's serve is up, over, deep, back to Miles. Wilkinson. Wilkinson gets it across, back to the center of the floor, and number 21, Layla Warren, can't get that across the net. It'll be a point for the Lady Panthers. Husky back to serve. 17-8 is the score. Up and over, sent in the air. Fuller now tries to go up and spike it. She'll be blocked at the net by number 7, Uber, and Husky will be back to serve again. Serve is up. It's over the net. Sent back to the front. Now spiked by number 13. I'm sorry, number 25, Amaral, and it goes out of bounds. Husky back to serve. It's up. It's over. At the front. It's set. And it'll be hit across the net, but they're going to say that was a foul against Flippin for being in the net, and that'll be another point for Husky and the Lady Panthers. Now we've got a foul called on the front line of the Lady Panthers. That'll be a point for Flippin, and it'll make it 18-11 Going back to serve now will be number 13, Allie Cox. The official says go, and here goes the serve for Cox. Hit deep. Back across by Uber. Now Griffin gets it high in the air. Now it's back across from Bergman. Uber's going to set this. She sets it for McCutcheon, and McCutcheon hits it off of the hands of number 1, Fuller, as it falls to the floor for a point. 18-12 is your score. Back to serve is Alexis McCutcheon. She gets the ball across the net, and Flippin will hit it back. Now they got to get it across, and they do. Flippin with the basket or volleyball, tips it across, more of a punch. Now Uber tries to tip it, and it's blocked at the net by number 21, and she'll go back to serve now. Layla Warren tips that blocks that at the net, and the Lady Bobcats will have the volleyball to serve. Her serve is up, deep in the middle. Wilkinson saved it. Now Uber's got to get it over. She does. Fuller with the ball, sets it back. Fuller's going with the spike, and it's going to go out of bounds as it goes out off of McCutcheon, and that'll be another point for the Lady Bobcats, who lead 20-12. We are in the second set. Bobcats won the first. Serve is up deep. Miles gets it and saves it, but it'll go back across, and then Fuller will hit it with too much, and it'll go out of bounds as it carried all the way to the wall. Miles will check out. Roberts back in. Wilkinson back to serve for the Panthers. 20-13 is the score. Serve is up and over. It'll be set. Punched over. Wilkinson with the save. Uber with the set. McCutcheon goes up and gets that. Fuller with the spike that'll go out of bounds and hit the coach for Valley Springs. She used to coach at Valley Springs, the coach for Bergman. Wilkinson back to serve. Serve is up. It's over. Set. Griffin tries to tip it over, but Roberts is there, and she blocks that, and it'll be another point for Bergman. 20-15 is your score. Wilkinson back to serve for the Lady Panthers. Serve is up. It's deep. It's saved by Flippin, but it's going to be out of bounds. Two Flippin players got to it, but the third one could not get there, and they couldn't get it back over the net. Griffin will send the ball back over to Wilkinson. She'll get set to serve. She's set. There's the serve. Deep in the middle. Back to the front. It hits the scoreboard, falls to the floor. Generally, nothing good happens when you hit the scoreboard, but sometimes it does. Wilkinson with the serve. Lady Panthers trail by 3. Fuller back to the front. It'll be set. Now Fuller goes up, pushes it over. Fuller gets blocked, and then she saves it. Back across by Flippin. Bergman now with the shot. It's going to fall to the floor as Griffin and Moore were there in defense, but were unable to stop the ball, and it fell on the floor. 20-18. Panthers were down by 8. Now they're cut it to a 2-point lead. Set. Now Fuller goes up. She's going to spike it. It's going to be hit to the back line. I believe that was a double hit, but not called. And now we've got Fuller on the left side of the court. Uber's going to set this back. Wilkinson across the net. At the net. Flippin's going to push it over. We're going to have in the net called against Roberts, and that will be a point for Flippin. 21-18. 8-point lead is now 3, and Fuller will be going back to serve for Flippin. Fuller's serve is up and over. It'll be dug out on the back row. Uber with the set. McCutcheon gets it across. It falls in bounds. I'm sorry, that was Kindla. It falls in bounds right in front of the Flippin coach, and now we'll have Uber back to serve. 21-19. Again, a 2-point lead. Lady Panthers try to cut into this. Uber serve up and over. Sent high in the air for Flippin. Back to the net. Across. Wilkinson. Wilkinson gets it over to Uber. She sends it up in the air. McCutcheon gets it across. Flippin sends it back across. Kendla with the spike. She gets it back to Fuller. Fuller hits the scoreboard. And again, the ball falls to the floor off of the scoreboard for Flippin. It's a 1-point set. We've got a timeout on the court, and we'll take this timeout and we'll tell you thank you to our sponsors, Twisted Sisters, right there in Flippin. If you need a good haircut, that's the place to go. Old South Barbecue. On Fridays, they set up and do their catfish, and I've just got to tell you, it's outstanding. It's the best I've ever seen, but it's first come, first serve, so you got to get there early. Allen's Grocery at the Four-Way and Summit. Listen, they say it's a great place to meet, MEAT, and they mean that. Anywhere you want to you can get your meat anywhere, but the best is going to come from Allen's Grocery. Dozier and Associates. If you need your taxes done or you have tax questions about what you can and can't do, that's who you need to contact is Travis and his staff. Baxter Health on Hospital Drive. If you want to get by and see them, if you've got something medically wrong, they can take care of you and get everything fixed up. The officials will check the rosters real quick. Bank of 1889 and Uber will be back to serve. She gets the okay for that. It's across the net. Flippin gets it high in the air. Now they'll get it back across. Kendla to Uber. Now Kendla spikes it. It'll go across the net, and then it'll fall into the net, and Flippin will lose that point. So it will be a 21-21 tie here in the second set. Uber back to serve. Lady Panthers tied this up. Now the ball comes across, back to the front. It'll be punched across and out of bounds. Lady Panthers lead for the first time since early in this set, and Uber will be back to serve. Serve is up to the back line for Fuller. Now it'll be sent back to the front. Sent over by Flippin. Wilkinson, Uber. She sets it for Roberts. Roberts tips it over. Now it'll be set at the net, and Flippin will hit this back, going out of bounds, and McCutcheon will try to save it, and she'll lose that out of bounds as Griffin will check out, and checking in will be Amaral, number 25, for Flippin. She'll be back to serve. All tied up at 22. Ball's hit to Wilkinson. Uber sets. Ball comes across. It'll be sent back to the front for Flippin at the net, and it'll be hit back across. Uber sets it. Roberts now. Wilkinson. Wilkinson gets it across. Flippin's going to go up and try to spike it. Roberts and McCutcheon are there for the putback, or Husky rather. Roberts and Husky made sure they blocked that, and we're 23-22. Bergman leads. Kendla with the serve. She gets it across. Now Flippin will set it at the net. Just tips it across. Wilkinson with the volleyball. Uber, and they'll get it across. Off the scoreboard, and that will be a point for Flippin. That'll tie it up at 23. And getting set to check back into this will be Laney Parsons. She'll check in for number 11, Hadley Moore, and Parsons will be back to serve. Parsons' serve is up. Over the net, but out of bounds in front of the Bergman bench. Now Bergman leads by 1, 24-23. If they win this point, they would be ahead by 2, and they would win the set. Roberts back to serve. Serve is up into the net. 24-24. We are going to extra points because you have to win by 2. Roberts checks out, Miles back in. Back to serve. It'll be number 34, Lindsay. Lindsay gets the ball up. It's over the net on the back line. Uber with the ball. Goes out of bounds, but saved by Flippin. Back across. Miles with the ball. It'll be sent across and out of bounds, but that's 25-24. They have to win by 2. So Flippin has to get this point to win this set at this time. And Lindsay will serve. Lindsay's serve is to the back line. Might have gone out of bounds, but it was saved. Now Uber gets it across, Flipping with the ball, with the volleyball. Now Fuller's going to go up, spike it, and they're going to say that went out of bounds. Flippin thought it was tipped, and they're not going to get the call. Coach Kilgore's over there, and she's giving the officials an earful. Husky back to serve. We're all tied up at 25. Ball hits the net and falls back to the floor. Flippin will take a 26-25 lead. They have the advantage right now. Griffin gets set to check back in. She'll check in for Amaral, and back to serve, I believe, is Allie Cox. It is Cox. And her serve goes into the net. 26 all. Back to serve for the Lady Panthers is McCutcheon. She gets it across. Fuller back to the front. Now they have to get it across, and they do. Back to the front, and Uber tries to tip it over. Now Flippin will take a 27-26 lead as we get ready to round out. Maybe sometime close this set up. If Flippin can get the point here, they can win. And the serve is up. Out of bounds by number 21, Layla Warren. Wilkinson now back to serve for the Lady Panthers. Roberts checks back in for Miles. Ball is up. It's over the net. Dug out, back across. Now Uber will set this. Goes back across by Kindler. Bergman's going to win that point. They'll take the advantage now, 28-27. Wilkinson will be back to serve for the Lady Panthers. Her serve is up. It's deep. It'll be saved by the back line. Back to the front. Now they've just got to get it across. They do. Wilkinson over to Uber. Uber over to Roberts, who tips it over. Back to the front, and Flippin gets it back across. Now Uber's going to set this. Kendall couldn't get it across. We're all tied up at 28. Bergman still with the advantage, but Flippin serving. Fuller will be back to serve. Fuller's serve is up. It's over. It's deep. Kendall saves it up to Uber. Uber gets it back to the front line. They get it over. Now Flippin. Fuller gets it over, and she hits it hard and out of bounds. Bergman leads 29-28, and back to serve is Uber. Uber brought the Panthers back into this, and now she's got a serve. It's deep. Back to the middle of the court, and Flippin will send it back across. Wilkinson with the ball. Now Husky gets it back across. Flippin again gets it across. This time Wilkinson hits it. It goes out of bounds, but just in front of the outstretched hands of number 16, Hanner, who was diving for that. Back to serve now for Flippin will be number 25, Amaral. She built the lead earlier. Let's see if she can serve this out. 29 all. Wilkinson with the ball. Up to Husky gets it across. Now the ball is saved and kept in play. Back across by Flippin. Wilkinson saved that, but it was going out of bounds. She should have let it go. At the net, it'll be spiked down on the line. That is a great shot right there. Now Flippin will take the advantage again. That shot was by number 21, Warren. She hit that and used every bit of real estate that she could. Serve up over Roberts. And Flippin's going to win this 31-29 as they close out the second set and the match. Great match here as these two teams fought like it was the last thing they were going to ever get to do. So we are very proud to see these two teams come out and play the way they did. We will take a break and be back in about 15 minutes after these next two teams warm up. Well, it's game time here, and we're going to get started momentarily. Lady Panthers come out of their huddle, and we will get the teams out here on the floor so that they can let us have an idea of who's going to play. For the Lady Panthers, it looks like it's going to be number 13, Cambry Burleson, number 9, Claire Jackson, number 3, Adeline Malott, number 5, Kaylee Krim, number 14, Shaylee Jordan, and number 8, Taylor Mullenix. For the Lady Bobcats, we will have number 7. Back to serve will be number 5, Kaylee Krim. For the Lady Panthers, she'll get that up, and they're going to say it hit inbounds. That'll be an ace for the Panthers to start this match off. 1-0. Krim back to serve. Serve is up. It's over. It's inbounds. And it'll go off the hands of number 34, Julie Copeland. Halen Wolf comes over to tell her it's okay. Krim will be back to serve again, this time with a 2-0 lead. Serve is up. And it's going to be an ace as it falls in front of number 25, Alyssa Glenn. Now Krim leading 3-0. She'll get the serve up, and it hits the top of the net and falls back down. Checking in will be number 42, Riley Bradford, for the Lady Bobcats, and she will serve. Serve is up. It's deep. It's sent back to the front, and it'll be sent back across at the net. It'll be back to Bergman. Now Bergman tips it back up, and it'll come back from Flippin. Nolan extends that ball deep, high in the air now, and Flippin will miss-hit that, and it'll go into the net. Number 16, Grace Jackson, tried to get the ball, and it fell into the net. Back to serve will be number 14, Shaylee Jordan. Jordan gets the serve. It hits the top of the net and falls back to the floor. Your score now is 4-2, and back to serve for Flippin will be number 15, Autumn Loomis. Autumn Loomis back to serve. And that ball's out of bounds by about 3 feet, and that'll give the Lady Panthers a 5-2 lead, and will send Adeline Malott back to serve. Malott's serve is up in the middle of the court and will be saved as it goes back across the net by Maylene Wasler, and it'll be a point for the Lady Bobcats, and the score now is 5-3. Back to serve for the Lady Bobcats. It's number 9. She gets the serve up, but a front row violation is going to be called against Flippin. Number 9 is Madison Brewer. Now back to serve is number 8, Taylor Mullenix. Mullenix gets that ball over. It'll go out of bounds, but they're going to say it was tipped on the back row by Flippin, and it'll be another point for the Lady Panthers as they lead 7-3, and Mullenix can make it 8-3. Falls up, and that ball will fall inbounds. It'll be another point. That ball fell perfectly in the corner, and Molnix will have the serve again coming off the ace. Molnix serve is up and out of bounds this time in front of the Flippin bench. 8-4. Well, the scoreboard shows 8-3. Back to serve will be Walzer. 8-4 is the score now. Walzer's serve is up in the middle of the court. Back to the front line, tipped over. Walzer saves it, and then it goes up and out of bounds over the official on the stand. Checking out will be Riley Bradford, and checking in for her will be number 34, Julie Copeland. Back to serve is number 10, Kinsley C. Flippin gets the ball back to the front and tips it over the net, using the net to slow it down. Walzer gets it up in the air, and it'll be high back over the net, and it hit out of bounds by number 5, Kaylee Krim for Bergman. Score is 9-5. Little confusion on who's going to serve. It'll be number 8, Kaylee Pierce, going back to serve. Pierce has got that over the net, be dug out by Molnix. Now the ball will be hit back towards the front by number 14, Jordan, and she won't get that over the net. It'll be a point for Flippin, and the lead is now down to 3. Back to the front, Krim sets it, and it'll go out of bounds as Jordan hit that with authority and a little too much on it. Pierce's serve will go under the net. 10-7 will be the score. Bergman's going to lead, and they will be back to serve. Speaking of serving, it'll be number 9, Claire Jackson, back to serve. Looks like Flippin's going to have a substitution. It'll be number 25, Alyssa Glenn, checking in for number 24, Kine Stoveland. Jackson gets ready to serve. She gets the whistle, tells her it's okay. Serve is up over the net, dug out by Flippin. Flippin will get that ball back across. Bergman saves it, sends it back across, deep in the zone, and it'll be a Bergman point as that falls through the floor, and they get it back across. Jackson back to serve. Jackson serve is up, deep in the zone. Back to the front. It'll be set by Walzer. Hit back over by Flippin. Now this is going to be set for Krim. She gets it back across. Flippin can't get it back across as the ball's hit into the net. And now Jackson will be serving with a 12-7 lead. Serve is up and over and deep and out of bounds. That ball went out of bounds by about a foot. And that'll be Flippin serving now. Pierce is back to serve, and I believe she served last time. Serve is up, and it goes off of her hand awkwardly and doesn't make it to the net. Krim back to serve now for the Lady Panthers as they lead 13-8. Serve is up, over, deep in the middle, back to the front. Walzer sets it, and it'll come across the net by Flippin. Krim will set that. Molnix hits it into the net, and it'll be a point for Flippin right there. Back to serve will be number 34, Copeland. Serve is up into the top of the net, and it falls back on the Flippin side. It'll be a point for Bergman. Substitution coming into the match will be number 42, Riley Bradford. Serving will be number 14, Avery West. West will get this over. It's deep and looks like it caught a piece of the the end line, and it'll be a point for Bergman on an ace. West gets the ace, and Bergman gets the point. 15-9 is the score. West back to serve. She comes into the picture, gets it across. It's hit by number 8, Pierce, and out of bounds off of her hands. Another ace for the Bergman Lady Panthers. West will get set. West serve is up. Walzer gets it back to the front. Not enough on it. It falls to the floor, and it'll be another ace for West as she's riding 3 aces in a row. (17-9). West serve. Serve is up. Just barely clears the net, and it was attempted to be dug out by Pierce. It takes an awkward bounce and spins off of her hand out of bounds. West will be back after serving 4 aces now. Score is 18-9. West waits on the official. Now the official says, play the match. Serve is up deep, high in the air. It'll be sent high and again over the net by Flippin. Now Bergman will see Krim set it. Burleson gets it over. It'll be hit over by Flippin. Over to this near side, back to the near side. Spike down, no good. It didn't fall to the floor. Now Flippin will try to get it back across, and it'll go into the top of the net and fall back to the floor on the third hit. 19-9, a 10-point lead on a good volley right there. West will get back to serve. Serve is up, over, and out. That went out by about 1.5 feet, 2 feet. And Flippin will break that run. 19-10 is the score. And Flippin will be back to serve. Jackson gets ready for this, and she will serve the ball. Comes over the net, goes out of bounds on this near side. Hit the Panther paw, which is out of bounds in volleyball. Now back to serve will be number 3. Malott. Malott gets it over, and it's deep, but they're going to say it hit a piece of the line. That'll be a point for Bergman. 24-10 is the score. Malott gets the ball, serves it, and she's going to serve an ace in front of 3 players from Flippin as it falls to the floor, and it's an ace. 22-10, 12-point lead, and Malott gets ready to serve. Serve is up, and same spot. Flippin gets it up in the air and knocks the water bottle off of the official on the stand. 23-10, 2 points to win this set. And Malott is still serving. Up and deep. Ball's going to be hit out of bounds, but back in. And now across for Flippin. Flippin will go up and tap the ball back across. It'll go off the hands of Krim and out of bounds on this near sideline. For a Flippin point, 23-11. Back to serve now will be number 9, Madison Brewer. Brewer with the serve. It'll be picked up. Krim sets it across by Molnix, and they'll get the point as it falls to the floor in front of number 9, Brewer. Taylor Molnix back to serve, needing 1 point to close this set out, and they're going to get it right there. 25-11. That will be the end of the first set, and we will be back momentarily. And we're back here to start this second set. Bergman leads 1-0, and back to serve will be number 34, Copeland. Flippin will have the serve first, as they had it second in the first one. And that's going to be an ace as it falls just inside the sideline, past the 10-foot line. And that will be the first point going to Flippin in this match, in this second set. Copeland back to serve. She comes into the picture, and the serve is back. Molnick sends it back to the front. Krim. Now Jordan, and it's tried to be, Flippin tried to save it and couldn't do so. 1-1 is your score early in this second set. Back to serve is Krim. She gets it deep in the Flippin zone. Walzer saves it, and the ball will go off the scoreboard and over the net, but that'll be a penalty against Flippin. Krim will be back to serve again with a 2-1 lead. Now her serve is deep, and it'll go off of Riley Bradford, and it'll be an ace for Krim. That wasn't Riley Bradford that it went off of. I'll get that correction here in a minute. This will be sitting high in the air. Bradford, now it comes back across for Flippin. Krim sets it, and it's going to fall to the floor in indecision by the Lady Panthers, number 3, Malott. Loomis back to serve. And the correction on that number was number 25. Ball comes across the net. Now it'll be tipped across by Jordan, and it'll fall in for a point in between Bradford and Walzer. Number 25 was who that ball went off of. That was Alyssa Glenn. Shaylee Jordan back to serve. Her serve is up. It's deep. It's high in the air, and it'll go out of bounds off of Flippin. It'll go out off of number 8, Pierce. Substitution now will be number 5 coming in for Flippin. That'll be Jenna Bradley as she comes in for the Lady Bobcats. 5-2 is your score. Jordan with the serve. She gets it over. It's way out of bounds, and that was out of bounds by about 6 feet. Going back to serve now will be number 9, Madison Brewer for the Lady Bobcats. Her serve is up over the net. It'll be dug out, sent back to the front. Krim tips it over. Walzer sets this. Now it'll go back across for Flippin, and they're going to have it deep in the zone as two players almost collide diving for the ball. It was sent back to the front by number 5, Bradley, and Walzer tried to save it and couldn't do so. Malott back to serve. She had some big serves in the first set. This serve's up. Walzer digs it out. Now Walzer has to get it across. She does. It'll be Jordan saving that and sent back across by number 13, Burleson, but it'll go out of bounds. She had knocked that out of bounds by about 3 feet. Bradford will check out. Walzer's serve is into the net on this near side, and that'll be a point for the Lady Panthers. Back to serve now will be Molinix. Molinix gets her serve into the net, and that'll be a point for Flippin. 7-6 will be the score now. And back to serve will be number 25, Alyssa Glenn. Glenn's serve is up, over deep, or in the middle of the zone. Krim sets it. Jordan, I'm sorry. That is number 9. Claire Jackson will hit that, and it'll go out of bounds. It'll be a point for Flippin, and the score is tied now, 7-all, even though the scoreboard says 7-6 right now. Serve is up and over, and that's an ace. Hits it right in front of Molinix. Now the scoreboard says 7-7, so we're all tied up. Glenn will go back and serve again. She's moved over a little this time. Must be trying to hit a different spot, and she does. Sent back to the front off the net and across. Burleson saves that and gets it across. Now Flippin gets it back. It'll be sent to the front. Trim sets it. Burleson gets it across, and two players collide in Glenn and Walzer. Burleson will come back to serve now with the Panthers leading 8-7. Serve is over. Back to the front. Walzer saves it, and Flippin is unable to get it up and over the net. Burleson serve is over. Back across by Flippin, and then hit into the floor in front of a Flippin player, a diving Flippin player. Number 9 decided to change how she was going to hit that ball, and that cost her the chance to get it back across. Brewer wanted to hit that. That serve by Burleson will go into the net. Now serving for Flippin will be number 8, Callie Pierce. Pierce's serve is into the top of the net and does not go across. Back to serve now will be number 9, Claire Jackson for the Panthers. Her serve is up, tipped it as it comes over the net and back across. Flip Trim will set this, and it'll be knocked out of bounds, but they're going to say it hit the end line. So it'll be a point for the Lady Panthers, and they'll take a 13-8 lead. Jackson back to serve. Ball is up and over, hit high in the air. Now Flippin will have to get it over, and they don't. It'll be 4 hits. The last person to touch it was Bradley, and that was the 4th hit. Jackson's serve is up into the top of the net and falls back to the floor. Checking back into the game will be number 42, Bradford, and she will be back to serve for the Flippin Lady Bobcats. Serve is up, just barely gets over the net. It's Krim setting it, and Jordan goes up. Jordan goes up, and she clears everything out with a spike that falls right in front of the baseline. Back to serve now will be Kaylee Krim for the Lady Panthers. Krim with the serve, goes to the back line. Bradford sends it back up to the front, and it'll come across. Now Krim will set this, and Jordan's going to go up and tip it across. Saved by the Bobcats, and back across. Now Krim again will get the set, and it's going to be tipped across and out of bounds off of the hands of Bradford. 16-9 is your score. Lady Panthers with a commanding lead in this second set. They lead the match 1-0. Serve is up to the back line. Bradford back to the front. Number 8, Pierce. Again, indecision cost them the chance at a point. Serve is over and out of bounds in front of the Flippin bench. Krim, the primary setter for the Lady Panthers, sent that ball out of bounds. Now back to serve for Flippin is Loomis. Loomis's serve is an ace in the corner as that ball fell right in front of number 13, Burleson. Loomis's next serve is coming. 17-11 is the score. Serve is up and over to the back line, sent back to the front. Krim will set it. Jordan's just got to get it back over. She does, immediately returned by Flippin. Krim sends it back across. Flippin sends it back across. And Jordan will spike that down on this near side as it falls. The Lady Panthers could get to it. Number 9, Brewer, gave chase but couldn't get there in time. Serve is up. It's deep. In the air. Now they got to get it across from the baseline. That's not going to happen as it falls in front of the net. 22-13 in this second set. Malott back to serve. Ball is deep. It's hit back up to the front line. Now they've got to get it across. Walzer does. She gets it to Krim. Now back over to number 9, Castle. I'm sorry. Number 9 is Jackson, and Jackson gets it back across, and it falls to the floor. Malott over the net, low in the back zone, and they didn't have a chance because they were all out of position from where the ball went, where they thought it was going to go, and it didn't go there. 24-13. Malott now serving for the set and the match. Up, Walzer gets it back to the front. Now the ball's going to go out. Walzer gets it high in the air, but that's going to fall short, and that'll be game, set, match for the Lady Panthers as they win the set. They win this set 2-0, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. As we get ready to start the varsity match here tonight, it'll be between the Bergman varsity Lady Panthers and the Lady Bobcats from Flippin. Lady Panthers come out onto the court. Lady Bobcats already out there. And we should see some exciting play out of these two teams here tonight, as both of them have postseason aspirations. And this will be a complete and total team effort for either team here. Two teams come out and have a pre-match huddle. For the Lady Panthers, it'll be Blair Castle, number 0, getting the start. Number 23, Jaslyn Porter. Number 12, Holly Keeter. Number 2, Kylie Mudgett. Looks like number 22 will also be starting, Lainey Butler. And number 10, Kinsley C. will start. For the Lady Bobcats, number 23, Graceland Robbins. Number 2, Halen Wolf. Number 15, Autumn Loomis. Number 2, serve is up, and Flippin will get that back across after it bounces off 3 different players. Mudgett gets that in the air, back across by Bergman. Now at the net, it'll be hit back across by Flippin. Now it'll be saved by Robbins. Across to the other side, Mudgett will set this up. It'll be hit across by number 22, Butler. And now Peter hits it deep. It'll be Flippin at the net, pushing it all the way back. And now Mudgett will tip it over her head backwards. This is one heck of a volley. This is what I was telling you. It's going to be a heck of a match. These two teams match up well. You got an Old Valley Springs coach for Bergman and an Old Valley Springs player for Flippin. That's your two coaches here. Now the ball's high in the air. Flippin gets it back across. It's saved. C goes down and saves that. I'm sorry, Castle goes down and saves that. She saves it again. Now the ball's back over by Bergman, and it's out of bounds off of the hands of number 22, Lainey Butler. But what a way to start this contest. Two teams that know each other well. Flippin gets the first point, and back to serve is Wolf. Wolf gets it across. C will hit that high in the air, and it will come back and go out of bounds in front of the lunging or diving Holly Keeter. Wolf now with a 2-0 lead. Halen Wolf will send this ball across deep into the zone. Castle. Mudgett. Now across. Robbins tried to block that at the net, and Butler's shot was just too strong, but it fell to the floor because Robbins tried to block it at the net. Now Mudgett. Her serve is up deep in the zone. It'll be set and sent back across. Mudgett's going to set this up, and it'll be a late hit, and that will take it into the net by Keeter. And now checking into the ball game will be the libero. Jenna Bradley checks in. Mudgett will set this. It's going to be hit over. They're going to call a net violation against the Lady Bobcats, and that'll be number 3, Ava Moore, who gets that call. And now Avery West back to serve. She's the libero for the Lady Panthers. Back at the net, it'll be sent across and just out of bounds. That shot was by number 13, Abby Davis, she put a lot on it, and now West will get this serve up and over at the net. Now Flippin gets it back across. Mudgett sets this, and it'll be hit back across by Bergman. Now Flippin gets it back across, and in a perfect spot, right in front of a diving West. Flippin leads this 4-3. Back to serve will be Abby Davis. Davis's serve is up about 3/4 of the way into the zone. Mudgett sets it up. Peter gets it back across. Set at the net. Robbins gets it across. West will try to save it and does. Now it gets back across with Castle hitting it over her head. Back to West. Diving and tries to get there. Can't quite get there. Goes out of bounds off of her hands. Davis again back to serve for Flippin. Ball is hit deep into the zone. C gets it. Castle gets it across. And it goes out of bounds on on Bergman. 5-4 is the score. I guess they're saying that went out of bounds or stayed in bounds for Bergman. And back to serve now will be number 12, Holly Keeter. Keeter's serve is up over deep into the zone. Dug out, sent back to the front and across the net. West, Mudgett. Mudgett will set this up. It'll be knocked back across. Might have been going out of bounds, but saved by Flippin. And now a spike inbounds just in the middle of the back of the zone. And inbounds, Flippin will get that point, and it'll be 6-4. Robbins will check out, and checking in for her will be number 12, Kendall Ross. This is what I was talking about when we started this. These two teams, both of them have postseason goals, and they plan on getting there. Mudgett out of bounds off of her hands. She dove for it. West tried to save it, got it back to the front, but just out of the reach of Mudgett's hands. Ross back to serve again for Flippin. Her serve is up over the net. West digs it out. They'll get it across. Now at the net, it'll be set and a spike dug out by Blair Castle. Over by West, but that's going to hit the scoreboard, and that's not allowed. 8-4 is on the scoreboard at this particular moment. Flippin leads. We've got a timeout on the floor. We'll take this timeout to tell you about some more of our sponsors. First, we want to say thank you to Ott Family Farms. We also want to say thank you to Baxter Health and Jason Nazarenko running for re-election as a state representative. Clyde Steele, if you're looking for some beef, he's got some beef for sale, and we'll get you his number and make sure that you can get a hold of him. Twisted Sisters, Old South, Allen's, Dozier and Associates, Bank of 1889, North Arkansas College, White River Auto, Diamond State, and we want to say thank you to each one of those sponsors, because without them, we couldn't be here, and they make sure that we can do our job and let you guys watch it. Serve is over. Sent back to the front. Mudgett sets it. Castle gets it across. Back to the front for Flippin. Spike coming down, and she's going to get her second straight spike, as that is number 30, Layla Schroeder. Layla gets her second spike in the back of the zone, and she pushes the lead out to 9-4. Serve across deep in the middle. Back to the front. Mudgett sets it. Spike by number 23, Jaslyn Porter. And Porter puts that down on the floor off of two different Bobcats. Now Porter will be back to serve. If you recognize some of these names, it's because they play basketball as well for both teams. Back to the front. Schroeder goes up, sends it back to the back in. Now Porter just has to get it across. It'll be set at the net. Schroeder goes up, pushes it over this time, and they're going to call her for being in the net. Actually, I believe what they called in the net was number 3, and that would be Ava Moore. Porter back to serve. Serve is up and over. Hit to the back line. It'll be set at the net and over for Flippin. Now back across with Kinsley C. Flippin sends it back across, and it'll go out of bounds, and the point will belong to Bergman. Porter will get set to serve this. Serve is up. It's over. Back line. Out of bounds. And now it'll be sent back in and back across by Flippin. Budget at the front. She gets it to C. C gets it to across, and Flippin returns it. Blair Castle now gets a shot down. And this will be tipped over to West. West gets it to Mudgett. Mudgett back to the net. It'll be dug out by number 5 for Flippin, Bradley, but it goes out of bounds on this near sideline. That point's going to go to Bergman, and Porter will be back to serve yet again. The lead now is 1, 9-8. Flippin still leads. Bradley back to the front, and it goes across by Flippin. Mudgett sets it. Castle gets it across. Now it's going to be set at the net, and it'll be out of bounds. It'll be out of bounds, and Porter will serve again, and now we're all tied up at 9. Porter serve, up and over the net to the back line, back to the front, set. Schroeder goes up, puts it across, back to West. Mudgett's going to set this. C's going to push it across. Now it'll come back from Flippin. West saves it, gets it high in the air, just as misses the facilities. And then Keeter will get it, but she didn't get enough of it, and it didn't go over the net. Bradley checks out of the game, out of the match. Back to serve is number 3. Now Mudgett sets this at the net. C gets it across, and she gets it in front of a diving number 13, Abby Davis, for the point. Flippin leads 11-9. And back to serve is Blair Castle. She gets it across deep in the zone, set at the net, and way out. Now point for Bergman. Castle's going to go back to serve again. They've altered the score. It is 11-10, and Bergman leads over Flippin. High in the air, set at the net, pushed over, and now Mudgett sent it up. Bergman gets it across. Schroeder goes up, and she's going to get it in the air. It'll be blocked. Flippin does get it back over the net, though, and that will allow Bergman. Now we're going to have a Bergman point as Mudgett tips it over. Flippin tried to block that and was unable to get the block. Castle again back to serve. Castle's serve is over. It's 3/4 of the way deep. It's going to be set and back over by Flippin. Now Mudgett's going to send this in the air, back across by Castle. Tipped over by Flippin. Now Bergman goes up for a slam, and that's going to be Kinsley C. getting that down into the corner of the zone in front of players that were frozen. Castle again back to serve. Wolf sets this, and Schroeder will get it across. Now C gets it back across. Wolf sets it, and it comes back by Flippin. Now Mudgett sets this, and Bergman will muscle up and send that out of bounds off of the hands of Jaslyn Porter. 13-11. Schroeder back to serve. Layla's serve is over. Off of number 12 and out of bounds. Out of bounds eventually on the far sideline, and that will be a point for Flippin. 13-12 is your score. Bergman leads by the narrow margin of 1. Schroeder serve, up, over, and out. She got it over the net, and she was put a little too much on it, and it went through the back line. And now back to serve will be Kinsley C. C with the volleyball. Over, hits the top of the net and rolls back down. 14-13 is your score, and Bergman leads. Halen Wolf back to serve for Flippin. The official blows the whistle and says it's time. Wolf's serve is deep. Back to Castle. Mudgett. Mudgett will set this. It'll be pushed over. Saved by Wolf. Back to the front and over by Flippin. Castle now to Mudgett. And a spike, a block attempted at the net by number 15, Autumn Loomis. Great play. Just happened to get through off of the hands of Keeter. Now Mudgett back to serve. Her serve is a low serve, just goes over the net. Now Flippin gets it back across with Schroeder. Schroeder sets it up, and it's going to be sent back by Flippin. Mudgett. Mudgett will get this up in the air, and it'll be tipped back across by number 15, Autumn Loomis, and she will go back and serve. Lady Bobcats trail by one now, 15-14. Loomis has switched sides of the floor to serve. Now the ball comes up. She's aiming for the corner. Castle gets it, Mudgett, and it comes back across from Bergman. Now Wolf, she'll set this. Shot is down and in the zone by number 13, Abby Davis. She gets a little power there, but also a little finesse at the same time. Back to serve is Autumn Loomis. It's up in the corner, but it looks like it was out of bounds. And number 13 with the serve. It'll come over to Castle. She'll send it to West. West will send it across court to Schroeder. Up in the air. Now it'll come back over by Bergman. Flippin's got to get this over, and they do. It's out of bounds. 17 to 16. Bergman leads this contest. Back to serve is Keeter, number 12. Her serve is up, over, and wow, did she power up on that. That went out of the basketball baseline. She got all of that. Now Robbins back to serve. Her serve is up and over. Back to Keeter. Now Keeter will get this ball over the net. Gets it to Robbins, and Robbins goes down and can't dig it out. Robbins will come out of the game. Coming in for Robbins will be number 12, Kendall Ross. Back to serve will be number 23, Jaslyn Porter. West has it go up off the basketball goal, and they're going to call that as hitting the piece of the facility. So they're not going to get Bergman got the point on that, and they lead 18-17. Porter back to serve. Porter's serve is over. West gets it. It's tipped back over by Wolf. Now Mudgett's going to set it up. And she hits it directly to Abby Davis, and Davis couldn't handle it. Porter with the serve. Serve is up, over. West gets it back to the front. Wolf's going to set it. Wolf gets it over, and Flippin gets it back across the net. Now Castle back to West. Wolf. Schroeder punches it across. Now Mudgett's going to set it. Castle's going to go up. She tried to spike it, didn't have enough on it, and now it'll go out of bounds off of the Lady Panthers, but more importantly, the Lady Panthers were in the net. West will come out. Autumn Loomis will come back in, and back to serve will be number 3, Moore. Moore's serve is up and over, and just inside the baseline. Nice looking play there for the ace. Ava Moore will tie this up at 19. Moore's shot is up and over. West will send, I'm sorry, not West. Bergman gets it back across. It's saved, and then Flippin tries to get it across, and they do, but it's after they get the fourth hit, and now it's 20-19 Bergman. Blair Castle back to serve, checking back into the game for the Lady Panthers is Laney Butler. Castle's serve is up and over. Goes off of two players collide, and that will force the ball to go out of bounds. And now that will give Blair Castle and the Lady Panthers a 2-point lead. Deep in the zone, sent back to the front. Wolf will get it back across. Mudgett will set it. And it'll be blocked at the net as number 15, Autumn Loomis, and number 2, Halen Wolf go up and block that. It's a 1-point game, 21-20. Deep in the zone, Mudgett sets it. It'll be sent back across by C. Now Wolf, she'll set it. It goes off of the hands of number 22, Butler, and out of bounds off the hit from number 15. I'm sorry, number 13, Abby Davis. Serve is up and across, and it'll be out of bounds off of number 20. Number 20 had that hitter, and she got an awkward bounce off of it, and it goes out of bounds on her. That'll go out of bounds off Castle and on the net, and that number was 23. Jasmine Porter was who that was. Flippin has now taken a 2-point lead, 23-21, and the serving is behind Layla Schroeder's serves that they have taken this lead, and they will look to close this out. They need 2 points to close it out. Listen, we want to thank all of our sponsors, but that Jason Nazarenko running for re-election. He's proud to sponsor these kids. Wants to make sure that everybody has a platform to play on, and you have a chance to watch it. Ott Family Farms feels the same way. They got grandkids playing, and they want to make sure that they can watch them when they can't get to the game. Baxter Health over on Hospital Drive in Mountain Home. If these kids get hurt, they're going probably over there. Some will go to Boone County, some will go to Baxter Health. We're going to get this underway again. 23-22 Flippin leads. Schroeder serve up. And she's going to get that off of Keeter's hands. That's another ace by Schroeder. And Schroeder will be serving for the first set right here, right now. Layla Schroeder with the serve. It's up. It's over. It's dug out by Castle. Mudgett sends it high in the air. They got to get it across. They do. Back to the net. Wolf sets it. And it's going to be a spike that's going to win the first set. And that first set winner will come from Autumn Loomis, number 15. She hit a spike. It was attempted to be dug out, but it was so hard that it bounced off of another player before it went out of bounds. We'll take a break here, and we'll be right back as Flippin wins the first set, 25-21. We're back here to start this second set. The officials are checking the lineups, make sure everybody's where they're supposed to be. Listen, if you need a haircut, get over to see Twisted Sisters. Look for the blue-green parking stops, and they are right next to the Mountain Echo. Back to serve will be Halen Wolf. Halen Wolf will put this up. Now, that first set was exciting, and we expect the second set to be nothing short of exciting again. Block at the net, and that will be a point for Flippin. Flippin will get the point there. Autumn Bloomis came down awkward, got up, and she's going to stay in. Her and Robbins were at the net to block that, and they didn't get the point. Bergman did, and now back to serve will be Kinsley C. Her serve is up. It's over. Back in the back. Robbins sends it high in the air. Now they got to get it over, and they don't. It goes back into the middle of the net, and that'll be the second point for Bergman here in this second set. C's second serve is up. It's going to be an ace as Layla Schroeder dove for it and couldn't get there to get it up in the air. It'll go back to C, and she will serve yet again. 3-0 to start this second set for Bergman. Serve is up, and that's going to be in a perfect spot for another ace as number 3, Ava Moore, just could not reach out long enough and get that. C back to serve again. She serves from this near sideline, gets a running start and slams the ball. Ball's over. Dug out this time by Schroeder. Back over the net. But it looks like it hit the guideline, the guide marker on the way back over. Bergman 4-0, C serve. Robbins digs that out. Set at the back over by Flippin. Now Bergman gets it back over, back to the front, and that'll be set and sent back over. Now Flippin with the volleyball. It comes back over again. Mudgett's going to set that a little too close to the net, and Keeter goes up and gets blocked, but then Flippin's in the net, and Flippin's in the net. So the point goes to Bergman. 6-0 is the score. C serves. Back line. Wolf comes back across by Loomis, and she buries it in the corner, and that will be a point for the Flippin Bobcats. The first one of this second set. West will come in. Bradley comes back in. Now she will serve. She's the libero for Flippin. Castle in the middle on the back. Ball is hit by number 22, and it'll be a point for Bergman. Laney Butler goes up and gets that across. Now, Bergman with the serve. Ball's over and falls into a perfect spot on a miss hit by the Flippin' Lady Bobcats. It'll be number 13, Abby Davis that does that. Now she will go back and serve. 7-2 is the score early in this second set. C with the ball. Now Castle back to the front. Bergman gets it across. Davis gets this back to the front. Robbins gets it across. Mudgett sets this, and it's tipped across, and Robbins blocked it but couldn't push it back over. So it'll be a point for Bergman, and West will check back into this matchup for Bergman, and she'll go back and serve. Set, and Schroeder sends it down. It'll go off of the hands of the Bergman players and out of bounds. That'll be a point for Flippin. Robbins will check out. And checking back in will be Kendall Ross for her. Kendall Ross back to serve. Serve by Ross is up and over. It'll be sent back in the air. Mudgett with the score. Castle sends it over. Now Wolf, Schroeder And that'll be off of the fingertips. I thought that was off the fingertips of Bergman, but it is not. And the officials give the point to Bergman. And back to serve will be Keeter. Serve is up. Awkwardly off of Ross's hands. Goes straight to the floor, and Bergman scores again. 9-4 in the second set. We're about midway through. And Keeter's going to serve right here. Ball's in the air. And it goes out of bounds. On this near side, Ross saw it and let it go, and that was a good decision on her part. Back to serve now will be Moore. Ava Moore goes all the way to the far side of the floor behind the basketball line. Now she'll serve, and it'll fall to West to Mudgett. Mudgett will hit it too close to the line, and a spike goes up, but Bergman's able to save it. Now Wolf for Schroeder. She sends it up in the air. They should call that because it hit the facility. Ross gets the ball, and it goes off of her hands and out of bounds. Going back to serve now will be number 23, Jaslyn Porter. Jaslyn had a couple of huge serves in the first set. Now Ross gets it back in the air, and Flippin will hit that over the net, but it will go out of bounds on this near side, and Porter will be serving again. 12-4. Bergman leads this, and they got a commanding lead in the middle of the second set. Flippin did win the first set. Now the ball's high in the air. Wolf will get it back towards the front. Schroeder gets it back over. Porter, Mudgett. Mudgett's going to set it up in the air for Castle, and it'll go out of bounds. It'll go out of bounds. But did they call in the net? They apparently did on Loomis. Porter's going to serve again. 13-4 is the score. We've got a timeout on the court, and we'll take this timeout with them and be right back. Lady Bobcats back out onto the floor, and they're ready to play. Lady Panthers getting ready, and they'll come back out of their huddle in just a moment. I can't tell you how exciting this is for these two teams. These two teams are, like I said earlier, they want to go to the postseason. They expect to go to the postseason, and they're going to battle all year long in the conference. Porter up, over. Wolf sets it. Schroeder gets it back across. Porter, West takes it away, comes back across from Keeter. Now Wolf's got it high in the air, and it comes back across. Mudgett's going to set this up, and C's going to grab it. She'll get blocked at the net by Wolf. Wolf blocks that at the net and stops the run for Porter and the Bergman Lady Panthers. Back to serve is Layla Schroeder. Had some huge serves in the first set. There's another one. It's deep, dug out. Now it's got to be hit back across. It is by Porter. And now it's going to be out of bounds all the way up in the stands to nearly the top of the seats. And it'll be thrown back down. And Schroeder will serve again. Lead is 13-6. It's a 7-point margin. Sending it across. That ball's in as it hits the line. Porter let it go because she thought it was out. Not a bad move, but when it falls in, you just can't do anything about it. Layla Schroeder gets the ball across. Mudgett sets it. Keeter goes up. Now the ball deep. Ross back to Wolf. Wolf gets it back across. Keeter. Now Mudgett's going to set this. C pushes it across. Back to the front. And it's going to be blocked by Blair Castle. Loomis went up to spike that, and Castle blocked it and sent it back where it came from. Castle will be back to serve now. West will check out, and Butler will check back in. Served by Castle into the net, and that will be a point for Flippin. 14-8 is the score on the scoreboard. Ross will check out, and Robbins back in for Flippin. Wolf back to serve. She gets her serve up. It's deep. Mudgett will set this. C sends it back across, and it'll go out of bounds after it hits the official's stand at center court. 15-8 is the score. Flippin trails by 7 points, and C will be back to serve. Serve is up over deep, sent back up by Schroeder and across. Now Mudgett's going to send this up real close to the net, too close, and Loomis will go up and push that down for the point. 15-9 is the score. Loomis back to serve. She serves from this near side corner. Serve is up, and it's going to be a good serve as it falls in between Castle and Porter. That's an ace, and she'll have one more right here. She'll have another serve. It's up at the net, and Mudgett couldn't do anything with it. And she gave it everything she had, but she just couldn't do anything with it. Loomis back for the third time. 15-11. The score's been cut to 4. Serve. Front row violation on the Lady Panthers. Loomis comes out. West comes back in. Mudgett back to serve for the Lady Panthers. Serve is up over about 3/4 of the way deep, and then it comes over by the Bobcats. Set by Mudgett. Keeter up, gets it back to the front row. Now to go off the scoreboard, and though that's a violation, in that instance it wasn't because it didn't go over the net for a point. But it does give Bergman a point, and now the serve is to the back across the net. Mudgett's going to set this. Keeter goes up. It's going to be dug out and back across, but out of bounds by Layla Schroeder. Mudgett will go back to serve, leading 18-11, a 7-point lead. They pushed it back out. Here comes the serve. It's over the net. Wolf's going to set this. Schroeder's going to go up and get it. Now Mudgett's going to push it over. Wolf sets it. Now Schroeder sets it for her, and it'll go out of bounds off of C's hands as C and Castle ran into each other, and it knocked her off balance so she couldn't serve it. Couldn't return that. Davis back to serve now for Flippin. Her serve is up. Back to Castle. Mudgett to set it. Keeter pushes it over. Wolf sets it. Now Wolf will get it back across. Keeter gets it in the middle, and she puts up a slam, but it's partially blocked. Now it'll be pushed back over, straight up in the air by Mudgett. Keeter pushes that across. Wolf sets it. Schroeder back to C. Mudgett sends it over. Davis now with the ball, sends it to Schroeder. Schroeder sends it across. Mudgett high in the air. Now Keeter with the ball coming across. Davis. Bradley gets it back across. Keeter's going to go up and push it over the net. Great volley. This is what I was talking about with these two teams. There's just not much you can do because they know what each other's going to do. Wolf tries to get that, tries to muscle up, gets it into the top of the net, and it falls back to the floor. 19-12. 7 points in this second set. Butler back to serve. Serve is up, over. Dug out by It was dug out by number 13, Davis, and sent across by Flippin, and they will get the point for that. Robbins will be back to serve for Flippin. West checked back in for Bergman. Serve is over off the fingertips of C. They've got to get it across. They do. Castle goes over her head. Now Schroeder goes up for a slam. It's going to be sent back to the front and over by Castle. Castle with a running stab at it, gets it back across. Now West gets it across, and it's going to be Wolf with a slam. Now Robbins with a save, and she got it back to the front, but couldn't get it to somebody who could get it over the net. Ross will check back in, and Robbins will take a seat. 20-13, a 7-point lead for Bergman, and in command of the second set. Peter's serve is over in the back row. Wolf gets it over her head and back across. Ball goes out of bounds, but they're going to say it was tipped. It was tipped by Flippin. Here's the official score there. Now Keeter will have another serve, leading 21-15 or 13. Davis gets it high in the air. Bradley gets it back. Wolf across the net. Now West. Mudgett will set this again close to the net, and it'll come back across. Porter gets it back for Bergman. Now it'll come back across for Flippin. Mudgett sets it, and a big swing at it for C. Comes back across. Mudgett sets this again. Now C just tips it across. Wolf's going to set it. Schroeder's going to go up, and she's going to hit the top of the net, and it's going to roll back down for another Bergman point. Bergman needs 3 points to close out this set and tie up the match, one set apiece. Keeter back to serve. Keeter serve up and over. Wolf sets it for Schroeder. Schroeder hits it back into the zone. Porter goes up. Now Wolf will set it again for Schroeder. She tips it across, and it'll be in front of a diving Mudgett, and it'll be a point for Flippin. 22-14. Flippin would almost undoubtedly have to serve this out, but it'll be Flippin serving right here, and it goes into the net, and that makes it 23-14. Bergman leads. Porter back to serve, and she's been good from the service line tonight. Serve is up. It's over. Ross sends it back to the front. Loomis sends it across. West to Mudgett. Mudgett's going to set it up. C's going to hit it across. Wolf. Loomis. Out of bounds. That was long. Nice hit, but way long. About 3 feet out of bounds. And we're going to see Porter. She's going to serve for this second set. Serve is up. It's there. Wolf sets it. Schroeder goes up and hits it. It's tipped, and it's going to be a Flippin point. Schroeder didn't hit that the way she normally does. She just kind of was gentle with it, and now she's going to be back to serve. Trailing by 9, 24-15. We've already seen one go into extra serves. Here goes Schroeder. West back to the front. Comes across by Castle. It's back across by Flippin. Bergman gets it back across. Now Wolf's going to set it. Loomis is going to get a big spike in the basketball lane back near the baseline, and that'll be 24-16, and Schroeder will go back to serve. Schroeder's serve goes back to Keeter. Now Mudgett. Back to Keeter. She gets a shot that goes deep into the zone. Wolf's going to set this, and it'll be back across by Flippin. Now Mudgett sets it. Blair Castle gets it back across for Bergman. And it's pushed back across right in front of a diving West for Bergman, and that'll make it 24-17. These two teams can be down by several points, and they're going to come back each time. Serve is over for Flippin. Gets back across by Castle. Now it's going to be across by by Flippin. Number 15 or 13, Abby Davis, got just enough of that to go off of a player, off of Bergman player, and out of bounds. And now we've got a timeout on the floor, and we'll take the timeout with them. But before we do, we want to tell you, check out White River Auto over in Gassville. If you have some automotive needs that need to be fixed, they can take care of that for you. If you're looking for some beef, we'll get you set up and get you get you to Clyde Steele, and he'll get you what you need to get and get you a good price. Also, we want to mention our official wrecker service for the Mountain Echo. Everybody needs a wrecker sooner or later. Woods Wrecker there in Flippin, they will get you taken care of and get you back on the road. We want to say thank you because this wouldn't be possible without Ott Family Farms, Jason Nazarenko running for re-election, and Baxter Health over in Mountain Home on Hospital Drive. Schroeder back to serve. Serve is up, over, dug out of bounds. They've got to get a third hit, and they couldn't do it. Porter gave chase, dove into the bench, and it went about 3 rows up into the seats. This was a 9-point lead, and it's down to 24-19. It's a 5-point lead now. Schroeder serve, deep in the zone. Porter, Mudgett. Now they just got to get it over. Flipping. Wolf goes up, and she gets it across. Mudgett sends it back in bounds, and it's going to be hit into the net by Castle. All of a sudden, this 9-point lead has dissipated. It's 24-20 and just a 4-point lead. Schroeder back to serve. Serve is up, over to West. West digs it out. Mudgett, see. This one will go out of bounds, and that will be the set. So now we're tied 1 set apiece, and we will be back after the timeout. We're back here, and we're going to start this third and deciding set. The Panthers will serve to start this. Kinsley C. is back to serve. Her serve is up. It's over the net. It's going to be attempted to be dug out, and is dug out by Robbins as she gets it back to the front. Now Wolf will set this, and Loomis will go up and spike it down. And number 22, Laney Butler, tried to block that and just could not get enough of it. And Loomis just hit it that hard. Halen Wolf back to serve. Her serve is up, and it's going to go underneath the net. She comes up from the baseline and says, yeah, that's on me. Kyla Mudgett, she's back to serve for Bergman. 1-1 is the score. Wolf sets this for Loomis, who just pushes it over. Now Mudgett sets it for Keeter. Keeter gets it across. Wolf sends it in the air, back across. Now Mudgett's going to set it. Keeter's going to push it across. She's going to push it down. I was under the impression that was a penalty, but with as good as these two teams are playing, you have to overlook some things. Now Mudgett with her serve goes to the back line. Wolf, she's going to go up and push it across. Davis, or push it up in the air. Davis gets it across. Now Castle returns it. Schroeder sets it up for Wolf. Wolf sends it across. This one goes back deep in the zone by Castle. Now Davis is going to send it across, and it'll go off of the hands of Mudgett and out of bounds. All of a sudden, we're tied back up at 2. Loomis will check out. Bradley checks back in for Flippin. Bradley's serve is over, deep to Castle. Mudgett sets it at the net, tipped over by Keeter. Now we're going to see Davis throw this to the back line. Mudgett's going to set it again. Keeter's going to go up and slam it down. Not as hard as she's ever hit it, but she hit that in a good spot. West is going to come back in, and she will serve for Bergman, who leads 3-2. Serve is up and over. This will be saved and sent back across the net. West will send it in the air. Castle back across. Schroeder. Robbins back to West. Mudgett sends it in the air, punches at it, and just sends it across. Number 3, Ava Moore, is going to come up and get that and send it down to the floor. Davis will be back to serve again. 3-3 is your score. We're in the third and deciding set early. It's over. West digs it out. Mudgett sends it back to the front. Keeter tries to get it, and she can't get it to go across the net. It'll fall after the third hit on the Bergman side. Davis back to serve. Gets the ball up and over to West. Back to Castle, hits it way out of bounds. Kinsley C. had sent it back up to her, and it goes way out of bounds over by Coach Kilgore. Serve is over from Davis. Mudgett sends it to Keeter. Keeter gets it down, and looks like it's going to go out of bounds, but it may have been touched by a Flippin player, and Flippin will lead 5-4 in this third, or again, early in this third and deciding set. Keeter back to serve. Ball is up in the net and falls back to the floor. 6-5, Flippin is going to lead. Robbins will go back, and she's going to serve. She goes outside the basketball baseline. Her serve is up and over. It'll be dug out by Keeter. Now Castle's going to send it back across. Davis digs it out. Davis will get it back across on a pass from Wolf. Now the ball goes back across again. This time Kinsley C is going to score the point as she gets it back in there. Ross is going to come back in. She'll come in for Robbins. And that'll set the Flippin lineup. Porter back to serve for Bergman. Ball is over, dug out by Bradley. Now Wolf gets it back across the net. West to Mudgett. Mudgett's going to get it over to C. It'll be saved, but it's going to be a point for Bergman. Wolf saved it, but she didn't go across the net the right way. Porter back to serve. Third and deciding set here, 6-6. We're all tied up. Bradley's going to get a piece of that. She should have let it go. It was going out of bounds. Now it's out of bounds on her, and Porter's got another ace. Porter's serve is over. Wolf sets it. Back across. Now Mudgett. Oh, a big spike by Layla Schroeder at the net. And Oh, guess what? We're tied again at 7. Loomis comes back in as she comes in for Bradley. Back to serve will be number 3, Moore. Moore's serve is up into the net and will fall to the floor. 8-7, Bergman leads in this third set. West will check back out, and checking back in for her is Laney Butler. Blair Castle back to serve. Serve is up, sent deep into the zone. Wolf will set this. Schroeder pushes it across. Mudgett, she will set it. And it'll be dug out. It'll be slammed down by C and out of bounds as the ball goes off of the hands of number 3, Moore. And that'll push the lead out to 2. Castle with the serve, gets it across. Not particularly deep. Wolf sends it back to the front, and Loomis will send it over. Loomis sends it over. Back deep in the Bobcat zone. Schroeder goes up, sends that back across. Now Schroeder again goes up for a slam, and Mudgett's going to block it, and they're going to say it was a penalty on Loomis, and that will give the point to Flippin, and that will be an 8-8 tie. Yet again, we're tied. Schroeder's serve is over. Mudgett sets this. Keeter sends it across. Ross back to the front. Wolf sends it across. A perfectly timed, unexpected finesse shot that just falls in where there's no players and nobody could get there. 9-9 is the score. Schroeder with the serve. It's over. Back to Keeter. Loomis goes up and just tips it straight down, and it'll be a point for Flippin. Schroeder will go back and serve again. This time she's serving with a 10-9 lead. Ball goes into the net, and that'll be a point for Bergman. Now we're all tied up yet again at 10. Speaking of 10, Kinsley C, number 10, is going back to serve. Serve is up, over. Ross digs it out. Wolf puts it up, and now it'll be sent across. It'll be saved by Davis. Schroeder with the shot that goes all the way across. It's out of bounds. 2 players fall into the Bergman bench trying to save that, and it'll be Mudgett. Looks like that's going to be Mudgett and number 23, Jaslyn Porter, that go into the bench. Robbins will check back in as Ross checks out. Halen Wolf will be back to serve. 11-10, Flippin leads. Serve is up, over. Castle gets it back to the front. Mudgett sets it. That's going to be a block by Loomis, and then they're going to call in the net, or lift rather, against Bergman. Big time block at the net. Now Wolf switches sides of the court to serve on. He hits it deep to Castle. Now Mudgett. Mudgett's going to get it to the front. Across. Now Wolf sends it to Davis, and Davis sends it back across, and that's out of bounds. I believe that's a third hit. If not, that is. Flippin gets another point there, and now they've pushed this out to a 3-point lead. 13-10. Wolf's serve is up and over. Sent back by C. Sent over. Now back across. They're going to call a net violation on Mudgett. So it's going to be a point for Flippin. 14-10. Flippin has taken a 4-point lead in this third set. Wolf serve. Back to Castle. And this ball will go out of bounds as it goes over the net. And a point will go to Flippin. Wolf has built a 5-point lead here. Serve is up. Back to Castle to Mudgett. Mudgett's going to set it. Keeter's going to hit it. Now Flippin's got to get it back over. They do. Mudgett's going to set it. Keeter pushes it across this time. Up in the air. Now Wolf will get it across. And it's going to fall to the ground off of Blair Castle's outstretched hand. 16-10 is the score. We are in the third and deciding set, and Flippin has showed up and showing out. Flippin gets it across, so does Bergman. Wolf tried to turn and push it. It probably would have been called a lift anyway, but point goes to Bergman, 16-11. They break that run, and Budget will be back to serve. Kyla's serve is over. Dug out by Ross. Wolf sends it up. Robbins sends it back across. Now Mudgett's going to set it. Keeter's going to go up and hit it. It's going to be Schroeder who tried to send it across back to Castle. Mudgett's going to get it up over the net. And it's going to be a point for Bergman, but only because Schroeder was called for being in the net. 16-12. Kyla Mudgett back to serve. Serve is up. Robbins gets that. It's high in the air and off of the basketball goal on the side, and that'll be a point for Bergman, an ace for Kyla Mudgett. Serve is up and over. Robbins gets it high in the air. Wolf's going to set it. It'll come to Loomis. She gets it across now. Mudgett sets it, and Keeter hits it across. Schroeder over to Wolf. Wolf gets it back in the zone to Mudgett. Now it'll come back to Flippin. Flippin. Wolf will set it, and Robbins will hit it across. Now Mudgett. Kinsley C. out of bounds as she hit that ball with everything she had. 17-13 is going to be your score. Autumn Loomis back to serve for Flippin. Serve is up. It's back in the back. Keeter tries to save it. Mudgett's got to get it across. She does. Wolf, Schroeder, up to Robbins, and Robbins is blocked at the net by Keeter. 17-14 is your score. West looks like she wants to check in. She's not going to do it. That'll send Butler back to serve. Her serve is up and over, deep. Wolf will set this, and it'll go over by Davis, back across by Bergman. Robbins hits it into the net, and that'll be another Bergman point. 17-15 is your score. Butler back to serve. And we're within 2 points yet again. Ball's over deep, sent back by Schroeder. Over to number 3, Moore at the net. Castle goes up and slams it down, and that'll be a point as it goes out of bounds off of Moore's hand. Butler back to serve with a 1-point deficit now. 17-16, Flippin leads. Bradley digs that out. Wolf, Davis. Now it's going to be saved after the block at the net. Back to Bergman. Bergman gets it across. Now Wolf straight up in the air. They push it across. Now Bergman's got to get it back across. Castle hits it, and she hit it about 10 to 12 feet out of bounds. Abby Davis back to serve. Her serve is up. It's going to be deep. She muscled up on that and sent it through the baseline. Keeter's going to be back to serve here. Her serve is up, deep. Davis sends it high in the air. Wolf will send it back towards the front, and Schroeder will send it back across. Mudgett digs it out. Blair Castle sets it back across, Flippin with the volleyball, and it'll go back across by Schroeder. Immediately sent back across. Schroeder will send that down the line, and Schroeder's going to score a point for Flippin. Ross is going to check back in, and she'll check in for Robbins. And Robbins will go serve, or Ross will go serve. Flippin leads 19-17, third and deciding set. Both teams have won one set. West back to the front for Mudgett. C goes up and gets it, and she's going to send that to Flippin with a hard shot, and it's going to be a point. 19 to 18. Porter back to serve for Bergman. Both coaches standing. That serve is into the net. Flippin's going to take a 2-point lead yet again. 20 to 18. We saw this in the junior high game earlier, and they went extra sets. That ball was called in, and it looked out. That ball looked out, but no argument from the Bergman coach. Now she's saying something. It's worthy to note that that's a Bergman player, junior high player, that's down there marking that. That ball is clearly out, as it was about 4 feet out of bounds. Blair Castle will be back to serve. Panthers trail by 2, 21-19. Third and deciding set. Flippin won the first. Panthers won the second. Serve is up. It's over. She didn't hit it as hard as she normally does, and it fell in front of 2 Flippin players for an ace. 21-20 is your score. Bergman trails by 1 point, and Castle will get set to serve. Serve is up. Loomis gets it in the air. Wolf. She gets it back to Schroeder, and it's going to fall to the floor. They tried to block it at the net. Kinsey C. tried to block it, and she couldn't get it blocked. 22-20. Schroeder back to serve. Schroeder has had some big serves, and if she can get 3 points here, she can win this match. Serve is up, over. Peter goes to the floor. Mudgett sets it. C gets it back across. Wolf gets it back across. Porter, Keeter. And it's going to be blocked at the net, but pushed back across by Bergman. 22-21 is your score. We may be headed into extra points here. Extra serves is what I like to call it. I don't have a clue what it's called. C back to serve here. 1 point difference in this match. 22-21. Schroeder sends it back to the front. Loomis with a big spike. They called in the net on the on the Lady Bobcats. You know that means one thing. We're all tied up again. 22-22. C serve is up and over. Hit deep, Schroeder. Cross to Davis, and Davis is going to hit that out of bounds. That ball goes out of bounds, and Bergman will take the lead 23-22, or as I was saying earlier, they take the advantage because they are 1 point ahead right now. And that means Flippin has to score twice to get that lead back. Mudgett sets this at the net. Keeter gets blocked at the net, and Bergman somehow gets that across with 3 hits. Then it goes out of bounds off of Porter's hand. Porter and Castle were both diving for that. Now it's 23-all. Wolf, another server who's had big serves here tonight. She will step up and try to close this out. They got to win by 2. Robbins checks back in. Ross checks out. Front line is going to be Davis, Loomis, and Robbins. Mudgett's going to set this. Bergman gets it across and gets it in an absolute perfect spot for the point, just inside the sideline. And now Bergman will serve for the match. It'll be Mudgett. She's had some big serves tonight as well. It's dug out. Wolf. Loomis will push it across. It's saved. And Bergman gets it back across. Robbins gets it across. Castle saves it. Mudgett. C gets it back across. Now Flippin will get it up in the air. Loomis pushes it back. C. Mudgett sets it. Peter's going to push it across. And that's going to be out of bounds. That ball went out of bounds, and Flippin will get the point. Bradley will check back in for Loomis. Bradley will go back and serve We're all tied up at 24, so we're going to have extra serves here because you have to win by 2. Bradley's serve is up and over. It's dug out by Bergman. Davis gets it back across, and then the ball goes out of bounds off of Davis's hands. Her shot was blocked at the net, and West will check back in for Bergman. West will go back to serve. She's had some big serves too. This match is far from over, 25-24. Bergman has to win this point to win it. Flippin has to win it to stay in it. Mudgett sets that. C sends it. Bergman wins the set, wins the match, 3-2, and they win it 26-24, and we'll be right back. I mistakenly said that was the win, but that was a set win, but not a match win. You have to win by 3 in varsity. The first serve is by Wolf from Flippin. It goes out of bounds, and now C will serve for Bergman, and Bergman leads 1-0 early in this fourth set. Flippin will miss-hit that, and it'll go off a Flippin player and out of bounds. C will go back to serve again. On the floor is Castle, Mudgett, Keeter. Flippin gets the ball. Schroeder hits it over, muscles up, and knocks it out of bounds. Butler's on the floor, and so is Porter. For Flippin, it is Wolf, Schroeder, Robbins, Moore. Serve is over the net. Robbins digs it out. Wolf over to Davis. Davis gets it in the back line. Mudgett's going to set this. It's going to be hit deep. It's hit deep, and Moore watched it go out of bounds. Now Bradley will check back in for Flippin, and C will step back and serve again. 4-0 is your score. Bergman leads in this fourth set and could be deciding. Wolf gets that to Loomis. Loomis gets it over. Mudgett will get it to Keeter, and Keeter will have it partially blocked at the net by Loomis, but it'll go over and fall on the Flippin side. That'll make the score 5-0 in this fourth set. Bergman starting out very good in this fourth set. Schroeder sends that high in the air. Wolf to Davis. Davis gets it across. Mudgett sets it close to the net. Bradley gets it across, gets it back, or saves it, and it'll come across off of the hands of Davis. Bergman gets it back across, and now to be pushed right inside the baseline. That'll be a brilliant point for the Flippin Bobcats. Timeout on the floor. We'll take the timeout with them and be right back as the coach comes over to talk to the official. Bergman coach comes over and she wants to explain that the official on the stand missed a call, or she feels she missed a call, and that's why she called timeout. Now the two officials are going to meet at stand and at center court and have a little discussion, but I don't know what she's talking about because it looked like it was tipped on an attempted block, and if that's the case, you're allowed to do that and have a second hit. But we'll see how it plays out. Bergman leads 2-1. Loomis back to serve. Her serve is up. They're going to call a front row violation on the Lady Panthers. Loomis checks out. Moore checks back in. Mudgett back to serve. Her serve is up. Schroeder gets it, hits the scoreboard, and it falls back to the floor with no one going after it. Now Mudgett back to serve. Serve is up. Dug out by Schroeder. Wolf to Davis. Davis back across court. Now Mudgett will set it up, and it'll be sent across. Now Robbins back across to Mudgett. It'll be set and cleared back across by Keeter. Now Wolf will come across from a pass. Now it'll be in front of a diving number 22, Butler, and a point for Flippin. Back to serve is number 13, Abby Davis for Flippin. She gets it to C. Keeter will push it and slam it down. Now Bradley will get it across for Flippin. Mudgett gets it across for Bergman. Robbins will hit it deep and out of bounds right in front of the Bergman bench. West will check back in as she's going to check in for number 22, Butler. West will serve. Her serve is up and over. Back to Davis. Davis gets it high in the air. Schroeder will hit it from out of bounds across the net. And now it'll be a big-time soft shot by Porter for the point, and Bergman takes a 7-point lead, 9-2. But we saw this in the first set where they had a huge lead. Second set, I'm sorry. Ball comes back across for Flippin. Now Mudgett's going to set it. Keeter goes up, slams it, gets blocked at the net. Moore goes up and blocks that, and she gets the point for Flippin. Robbins will go back. She's going to serve. Served by Robbins is deep to C. Now Mudgett's going to set it, and it'll be inbounds. That was a perfect shot for number 23, Porter, as she nailed that in the perfect spot. Robbins checks out and Ross checks in. Back to serve will be Keeter. Holly Keeter's serve is up and over, dug out. Davis sends it back across. Now Mudgett will set it. And it's another good shot, but Flippin sends it back across, and it's out of bounds. That wasn't out of bounds by much, but it was out of bounds. Flippin trails 11-3 now as Bergman has taken command of this fourth set. And Holly Keeter gets set for the next serve. Serve is up just barely over the net in a perfect spot right in front of a diving number 13, Abby Davis. We've got a timeout on the floor. We'll take the timeout with them and be right back. Both teams coming back out onto the floor. We want to say thank you to Jason Nazarenko, running for state representative for re-election, Ott Family Farms, and Baxter Health, as they all make this possible for us here tonight. And checking out will be Davis, as number 25, Alyssa Glenn, will check in for Flippin. Keeter serve is up and over. Glenn dives for that and cannot come up with the ball. And that'll be another point, a 10-point lead now for Bergman in this fourth and possibly deciding set. Keeter serve is up and over. Wolf will set that to Schroeder. Back to Wolf, gets it across. Keeter gets it high in the air. C goes up to the slam, and she gets it to fall in between Bradley and Glenn. Lady Panthers on a tear here in this fourth set. 14-3 is the score, and they are trying to push it further and win this match. Over. Bradley, Schroeder got out of the way, and Bradley couldn't get down to get that. Now Loomis checks in for Bradley, and we're going to see Holly Keeter deliver another serve. This serve is right to Glenn. Wolf will set that. Loomis goes up. She knocks it about 8 feet through the baseline, and that's going to be another point. 16-3. The Lady Panthers have pushed this lead out to 13. Now Keeter gets set. Shot is up. Loomis saves that from going out of bounds. Wolf will send it in the air, and Schroeder will send it across. Mudgett sets it. C set that and spiked that, and I'm guessing they said that was in. Must have caught just a piece of the line, because the flipping coach did not argue, so it must have been in, because it was right there in front of her. Keeter with the serve. Hits the net, goes over, and that's an ace. And that'll push the lead out to 18-3. Keeter may serve this out. She needs 5 points. Or I'm sorry, 8 points. Schroeder gets it back over to West. West to Mudgett. And then Keeter gets it back over to Glenn. Schroeder. Wolf. Saved by West. Now she's going to get it back. Send it across. Glenn's going to send it up in the air. Schroeder's going to go up for a spike. 3 hits. And I guess they didn't count that, but now it goes back across by Flippin. Mudgett sets it. And that'll be through the baseline. And should be a Flippin point, but that'll make the score 18-4. And Moore will go back to serve. Moore's serve is up and over. West will send it back up to the official, and that'll be a point for Flippin. 18-5 now is the score. Flippin in a hole and has to dig out of it. Moore's trying. That serve goes under the net and makes the score 19-5. The Bergman bench is very excited, and they like this. Porter back to serve. Serve is up. Glenn gets it. Loomis over to Wolf. Wolf's got to get it across the net and does. Peter, Mudgett. Mudgett tips it back across. So does Wolf. Over to C. C has that go across the net, fall inbounds, and Ross was there but didn't get the ball. Porter's going to be back to serve. 20-5 is the score. Glenn gets it. Wolf sets it. Schroeder puts it over. West will dig it out. Now Mudgett with the foot volleyball. Across court to Schroeder, and the ball will go out of bounds off of West's hands. She kind of mishit that, but that'll be another point for Flippin, as Schroeder has had some huge serves here tonight, and I don't know if she's got 20 in her. 19, I'm sorry. Now Mudgett saves this. C sends it over. Flippin has the ball, pushes it back. Now Mudgett's going to set it at the court. C has it. It goes off the hands of Ross and out of bounds. That makes it 21-6 in favor of Bergman. Blair Castle back to serve. Butler back in the game for West. And here we go. Bergman needs 4 points. Serve is up and over. Hits the net and falls over is what I should have said. And that is another point, another ace for the Bergman Lady Panthers. Castle with the serve. Saved by Ross, but in a spot where no Panther could get to it. Now we've got timeout on the floor. The Lady Panthers have called timeout, 23-6. We want to make sure that we thank all our sponsors one more time before this is over with, because at 23-6, it could be over any minute. So Twisted Sisters is there in Flippin. We want to say thank you to them. Old South Barbecue, they set up on Fridays, and they have some of the best catfish you can possibly get. Allen's Grocery in Summit, you know, if you're looking for some meat, they claim to have the best in the town. Dozier and Associates there in Yellville, Baxter Health, Bank of 1889, North Arkansas College. Every athlete that's on this floor will probably have an opportunity to play there if they continue the way they're doing. White River Auto, Diamond State Cremation and Funeral Home. Just something simple for them. Ott Family Farms, Jason Nazarenko running for re-election, and Clyde Steele claims he has the best meat in the town. So we'll go with that and see what happens. We want to say thank you to all of them. Castle with her serve. Loomis will go up, pushes it across. Now Mudgett's going to set it up. C tips it across. Ross, Wolf, Loomis. Gentle tip. Now Mudgett sets it up. And it'll go off the hands of Loomis as it was just barely tipped over. And guess what? Bergman needs 1 point and leads 24-6. They can end it on this if they can get this serve to fall. Castle's serve is over. Dug out by Moore. Sent across by Schroeder. Now Moore's going to dig it back out after Bergman gets it across. Schroeder sends it back across, and it's going to be a flipping point. 24-7 is the score. Wolf goes back. She's had some huge serves tonight. We'll see if she's got that many in her. Ross checks out, and Robbins will check back in. Score is 24-7. If Flippin loses a point, this match is over. Mudgett sets it. Ball is up. Flippin's going to get this. Flippin is going to miss-hit the shot, and they are going to fall to the Bergman Lady Panthers here tonight in Bergman, 25-7, and that'll wrap things up. But be sure and tune in Thursday night as the Yellville Summit Junior high Panthers will go to ICC and play the Cougars, and then the Cougars will play on Friday night in Panther Stadium, and we look forward to Yellville starting the season off right. Bergman started the season off right, so maybe it's just a Panther thing, and we will see you guys on Thursday. Thank you. I'm Robert Lyons. This is Echo Sports.